Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Amityville Union Free School District Board of Education meeting June 4th, 2025. I'm calling the meeting to order now at 5:30. Currently in attendance at the meeting is myself, Board President Lisa Johnson, our Superintendent Dr. Gina Talbot, First Vice President Carol Seaborg, Second Vice President Maggie Messman, Trustees Whitney Canestro and Caroline Fanning, as well as Leslie Place. It is anticipated that trustee Juan Leon will be coming into the meeting as well. Also present here is our assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, Ms. Gary Stevens. Also, our assistant superintendent, our interim assistant superintendent for, no, not even interim, our consultant, for assistant superintendent for finance and operation. Mr. Snyder. It's anticipated that our assistant superintendent for human resources, Dr. Bridget Wade, will be joining us later. Also in attendance is our legal counsel, Greg Garcia.
Wait, you mean John Sheehan?
I mean, John C. Oh my God, John C. Sorry.
Close.
Sorry. At this time, at 5:35 p.m., I have a motion to enter into executive session for advice from counsel regarding a particular person's employment history, as well as interview for assistant superintendent for human resources. And matters, and other particular matters as well. Yes. Okay. I don't know who did first, okay. Carol and Megan, that's been. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. We'll resume open at 7:30. Thank you for joining us.
Board of Education meeting is now 7:39, and we are resuming open session at this time. Can you kindly please take your seats? At this point in time, can you please stand and join the Board of Education to pledge allegiance? At this point in time, if you have not done so already, please kindly silence your cell phones and please make a note of where the emergency exits are located. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Talbot.
Good evening. At this time, Dr. Wade.
Good evening, President Johnson, Superintendent Dr. Talbert, and Board of Education. Welcome to this special evening where we come together to honor the incredible dedication, hard work, and passion of our esteemed staff members. This evening is a special occasion where we not only celebrate years of service, but we also bid farewell to valued members of our team. Firstly, let me express my deepest gratitude to each and everyone who has reached the significant milestones in their career. Your commitment to education and to the success of your students is truly inspiring. You are the foundation upon which our district stands, and it is your unwavering dedication that shapes the future of the Amityville community. Now, we turn to our retirees. The moment is bittersweet. As we celebrate your remarkable careers, we also acknowledge that your presence will be dearly missed. Over the years, you have touched countless lives, imparting knowledge, wisdom, and a love of learning. Your legacy will live on in the hearts and minds of your students and colleagues. I wish you all the best as you embark on the new chapter in your life. May your life be filled with joy, relaxation, and the fulfillment of all your dreams. Please be reminded that your work is not just a job, it's a calling, and all of you have answered that call with dedication and excellence. I applaud you. So at this time, I would like to thank Margile and Danielle for their work and putting together, helping me with this presentation. And I would like to invite Dr. Talbert to say a few words.
So good evening. It is indeed a pleasure to be a part of tonight's significant recognition. The success of the Amityville School District is becoming even greater because you've been the cornerstone. You've been the anchor and you have been the mainstay. So you get to sleep late. For those who are celebrating 20, 25, and 30 years, your dedication is incredible. To get up every morning and say yes to children, to saying yes to making a difference, and bringing that energy full throttle to make the difference in your respective departments and classrooms is simply commendable. And on behalf of the Board of Education, myself, and all of our administrative team, we want to give you a big, rousing, warm applause and say thank you, and thank you again.
So we are going to begin the program by honoring a retiree, Melissa Asbell. Come on up. And speaking on her behalf is Gerald Asbell.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board, and good evening, everyone out here. I'm going to be brief, but thorough, because when you're talking about someone's career, that just speaks volumes. And 32 years at anything, let alone your job, has its ups and downs, I would imagine. Can you come right here where I can see your pretty face? All right. There you go. Motivation. All right. 32 years ago, a young lady fresh out of Buffalo State decided that she wanted to work in the district that raised her from kindergarten to high school. And she was fortunate enough to have that opportunity come true, as she was hired here and has been here for 32 years. Can we get a round of applause for that? I'm quite accustomed speaking on the microphone, but I'm not accustomed speaking about my wife in public like this. So if I get a little emotional, please forgive me. Blame it on my head and not my heart. Melissa, you are a phenomenal person. You are an amazing mother. But most importantly, you are an outstanding teacher. You have entrusted the children of Amityville in your care for 32 years, and you did not disappoint. Whenever I go out, I always run into somebody that says, "Hey, Mr. Asbell, how's your wife doing? I had her in kindergarten." That means something. That means something. That means you touch that person. So for that, I say bravo, job well done, and I love you.
So I want to mention some other teachers who are also retiring but could not make it this evening. We have Miss Margaret Brooks, Ada Hernandez Pilar, Emily Nadler, Barbara Perez, and Jennifer Trotman. Our next retiree is teaching assistant Antha Gail Davis. And speaking on her behalf is Lisa Randolph.
We're going to keep it together. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone. Let me get my paper. Let me get my paper out. How long do I have? Sorry. So let me get started. Whew. All right, so here we are at a very bittersweet moment. I am truly honored to be able to speak on behalf of Gail Davis. I am happy that she is retiring, but sad at the same time. Gail is truly a terrific person and an even better friend. She freely gives of her time, talent, and love. She is such a great blessing. Wow, I made it to the fourth sentence. She leads with kindness. She values the relationship she has with me and others. She's trustworthy and gives grace to people, even those who have wronged her. Her giving them grace gives them an opportunity to right their wrongs. I thank God each and every day for making our paths cross. Gail has such amazing work ethics, which she has demonstrated throughout the years we have worked together. She is dedicated. Often she comes in early and leaves late to make sure things are done in a timely manner. And I have to tell you, even though she was being honored tonight, she stayed late because she knew Father's Day picnic is coming up this Friday. I left before Gail because you know I had to hurry up and get home. But anyway, this is how dedicated she is. Um, she works hard, plans ahead, and keeps me on my toes. Uh, just for future reference, the next teaching assistant that works in my classroom has big shoes to fill. Um, Gail has been my rock every day at work. She encourages not only me, but also the students, don't you do it, girl, but also the students and other adults in the building. To me, she's a pillar of grace and strength. She is one of my prayer warriors. She always knows when something is off with me, even when I try to hide it or tell her I'm fine. At that point, she will take my hands and pray for and with me no matter where we are. We also, of course, laugh a lot and plenty of times we'll cry together too. I am not the only one who has this great love for Gail. The students do as well. Gail is the first person out of the two of us to greet the students in the morning upon their arrival to school as they gather in the arrival area, otherwise known as the gym. They race to her to give her hugs while saying, "Good morning, Mrs. Davis." I have been a witness to see the times where they almost knocked her over because, of course, there has to be a group hug. When she is absent from work and I go to greet the students in the gym to bring them to the classroom, that's when the interrogation begins. As the students questions the life out of me as to why Mrs. Davis is absent. No, good morning, Mrs. Randolph. Uh, it's where is Mrs. Davis? I do answer them to let them know that she is absent for the day. Of course, they follow up with, but why? They will ask me this question, the same exact question throughout the day as if they didn't believe me the first 10 times they asked. Her rapport with them makes them love, respect, adore, and care deeply for her as she does them. She spends a lot of time with them in small groups as well as one-to-one. She helps to build their confidence and encourages independence. Um, as I said before, Gail is a pillar of strength. I remembered a few years ago when her mother had passed away, she had to then face us having the Mother's Day tea at Northeast the following school year, it being the first Mother's Day without her mom, and not even a year after her mother's passing. As we had to prepare the class for that day to come, Gail made sure the children saw this day as a very happy occasion, even though she was hurting. It takes strength and courage to do such a great thing for others. Of course, this was another one of the times we cried and prayed together. Outside of work, Gail is the First Lady of Amityville Community Church that is pastored by her wonderful husband of 38 years, Mr. John Davis. I just have to point out that Mr. John Davis is a little jealous that he doesn't work at Northeast, but anyway. She she is also a Bible study teacher. She also spends time with people who are in nursing homes to uplift their spirits through prayer and conversation and activities. Gail is an avid fan of basketball, tennis, and football. Go Dallas Cowboys. This is the only time I'm going to say that. Um, During football season, it's on between Gail and I, as she is a Dallas Cowboys fan and all about the New York Giants. However, being who Gail is, she actually wore a New York Giants shirt to school on one of our spirit days. See, folks, she loves me. Don't get jealous. I'm almost done. Good thing you guys didn't set a timer. I simply don't know what I'm going to do without her presence in the building each day. She is my rock, my advisor, my reminder of the upcoming events and everyone's birthdays, even though Evie, the principal secretary, gives us a monthly calendar with this information on it. Don't judge me, people. Anyway, I don't know when I come to work each day who's going to say, hey, Randolph, girl, child, come get your peoples. I don't know who will oversee my use of glitter, who will be doing all of the amazing crafts she does with the students for each holiday or event. And by the way, I have asked Gail to save all of her samples of projects she has done with the children over this past year especially, so that I can try my best to duplicate it in the years ahead. But you guys will have to pray for me on that. I did tell her I'm going to need her to come in to do the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Pause and draw with the children. Don't you? That counts. I'm coming. I'm home. Look, I got to finish this up. She's worth it. Now, do not get me started on the fact, this last two, I'm done, right here. Now, don't get me started on the fact that she's also a great event planner and decorator extraordinaire. Through watching Gail put a space together with decoration centerpieces for any event, it has made the staff at Northeast up their decorating game. Of course, we seek Gail's guidance to make sure things look fabulous for every occasion. Even though I won't have Gail here at work every day, we have built a great friendship where we will see and speak to each other often outside of work. I wish her all the best and God's greatest blessings in this new chapter in her life. Happy retirement, Gail. Make it pop. I love you. Thank you for indulging me.
At this time, I'd like to acknowledge Special Education One-to-One aide, David Joyner. He's not here with us tonight, but I wanted to give him a round of applause. Last but not least is our lovely, lovely Iberlise Oliveira. Speaking on her behalf is Dr. Collins.
Boy, this is going to be very, very hard because there is there are not enough words to speak about Evie tonight, and so I tried to put it in words so I could stay on script, and but the Northeast staff is standing because Evie has been a big part of our lives and what we do, and like I said, there aren't enough words. So good evening, everyone. It's an honor. Today I have the privilege and the bittersweet task of honoring someone who has been an extraordinary part of our school for nearly 14 years. Mrs. Oliveira, affectionately known to all of us as Evie, has not only served as my building principal secretary, but has been a part of the heart of our office and a pillar, one of the pillars of our school. Nearly 14 years ago, a rather unique candidate applied for the position of building principal secretary. I say unique because, not because she lacked experience. In fact, she was highly accomplished, but because she had been out of the workforce for almost 19 years. Still, something about her and her resume, and even more about when I met her, gave me pause in the very best way. I was intrigued, and I remained open-minded, and I forwarded her to the central office for an interview, for recommendation. Soon after that, I received a call from the assistant super of HR at the time. He had completed her reference check, and he said the words I'll never forget: "You're getting someone exceptional." He explained that Evie had served as the executive secretary to not one, but two top-level executives who resided in 2 different countries. And even though 19 years had passed, both of her former bosses, employers, remembered her very clearly and with great admiration. It was then that I knew with certainty I had made the right decision. And what a decision it was. She walked into a very chaotic office with very little processes in place, and the task was set ahead of her. Evie brought with her an executive skill set sharpened in the corporate world, and she used that expertise to refine and elevate every aspect of her office operations. The district may not be aware, but the permanent records that you look at now and the quality of what they are now is attributed to Evie. Evie came in and she looked at the permanent records, which started at Northeast, and she said, "No, this is not professional. This is this is terrible. We have to do better." And she started 14 years ago a new design for the permanent records, which we would count the years to figure out which building is it reaching. And now I know it's 14 years, it's all the way through to the high school. She streamlined our processes, establishing systems that improved our day-to-day functioning and raised the office to a very high level of efficiency, which benefited everyone, myself, the staff, the families. Her attention to detail, ability to anticipate challenges, and unwavering professionalism transformed our front office into a well-oiled machine and made all of our lives at Northeast better. Teachers were able to get what they need. Communication was flowing quickly. They get all their resources that they need in a timely manner. For nearly 14 years, Evie has been the calm in the storm, the one who made sure things happened quietly and efficiently, with grace and compassion. She anticipated my needs before they were spoken. She managed complex details without ever making them seem complicated. And in a building where there is no assistant principal, she was my assistant principal. She understood the way I think. She understood how I make decisions, and was able, even in my absence, to make sure that things continued the way that she knew that I would like it to be. Together, we have weathered many storms. We've cried together, laughed until we couldn't breathe, and we've prayed together through life's many challenges. And one day, last morning, I was thinking about losing her, and I was reminded of a powerful truth. My loss is less than my gain, because what I have gained in Evie is far more than a trusted colleague. I have gained a lifetime friend, a confidant, and a sister. To the Oliveira family, thank you. Thank you for sharing your incredible wife, mother, and grandmother with us for these 14 treasured years. We know it meant time away, long hours, and endless sacrifice, and we're deeply grateful. Evie, may God bless your retirement with continued health, good health, peace, contentment, and joy. You have given us your very best. Now it's your turn to rest, reflect, and to fully embrace this new and beautiful chapter. You will forever be a cherished member of the Northeast family and always, always a part of my heart. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. And of course, we're representing because she is very proud of her heritage. So that's why we have the Puerto Rican flags today.
I would like to acknowledge some of our recipients of the 20 years of service pin. Some of them may not be here, but I will mention their name. We have John Buckley, Kathleen Crowley, teaching assistant, Linda D'Ambrose, teacher, Christine Garofano, teacher, Fatimala Nurse, teaching assistant, Mackenzie Redden, teacher, Eric Thompson, chief custodian, Park Avenue, Heather Tortorici, teacher, and Donald Twalme. For 25 years of service, we have Kara Boringer, teacher, Patty Deek, come on up, Patty. Kelly Gilman, Marianne Guglieri, Jason McGowan. Supposed to be here. Jamie Pellegrino, Richard Pellegrino, Jeffrey Piccirilli, Artie Shaw, and Brian White. our 30 years of service. We have David Becker, maintenance crew, Jane Dady, and Sykes Reese. Thank you all so much. I'll turn it over to President Johnson.
At this point in time, we're going to take a little break and have a reception out in the hallway. Roughly about maybe 15 minutes. So thank you. Megan's coming. Dr. Talbot, I'm going to give the meeting back to you.
Thank you so much. Good evening once again. It's that time where we have been reviewing the district-wide safety plan. Altara's consulting group has been an integral part of that. And tonight to present to the Board of Education is Thomas J. Donahue of Altara's Consulting Group, who will give an overview of the district-wide safety plan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tom Donahue, and we wanted to talk tonight about the changes that the district-wide safety plan is going to have in it for the 2025-2026 school year. This is where some of the changes come from. It comes from New York State Education and also legislation that is passed in Albany. The changes that are things we going to talk about tonight are they changed the language to shall a little bit. We're going to talk about that. They added an after-school annex, a maximum temperatures in school annex. They talk about staff development and training, and they also renamed a few of the annexes. The biggest change is we're used to using shell, which stands for shelter in place, hold in place, evacuation, lockout, and lockdown. That is what the state's been using now for a long time. They're changing the language a little bit. Shelter in place is going to be known as shelter. Hold in place will be known as hold. Evacuation is now going to be known as evacuate. Lockout will now be known as secure lockout. And lockdown has not changed. The meaning of any of those terms has not changed at all. I think what the state really wanted to do was differentiate between lockout and lockdown, because most parents do not know the difference between the two, and they use them interchangeably, and they are different. So we want our educators in all of our school buildings to realize that come September, if they were to hear the principal put the building into a secure lockout, what that would mean. Basically, it's all our doors and windows to the exterior are closed and locked. There will be a single point of entry, and it would be up to the principal to decide whether or not staff and staff only would be allowed to enter and leave the building. All students who are outside would come inside. All doors and windows to the exterior would be locked. We would use the strength of the building to protect us. But we want them to know, because the first time they hear that, they're going to say, oh, well, I'm familiar with lockout, but what is secure lockout? Is that something extra? Do I have to do anything different? And the answer to that is no. It is just a language change, but it means the exact same thing. That's one of the biggest changes, and you'll see that throughout the district-wide safety plan as well as the building plans. We've already made all of those changes for you. So as you read through it, you'll understand, because you're going to see it in a few different places. This is piggybacking off of something the state talked about last year. It's that the conduct of required evacuation and lockdown drills should be done in a trauma-informed, developmentally and age-appropriate manner that does not include props, actors, simulations, or other tactics intended to mimic a school shooting or other act of violence or emergency in all district buildings. Basically, what the state wants us to do is they want us to conduct drills, but they don't want us to conduct full-on exercises. If we're going to do that, and we're going to talk about that later in tonight's presentation, there is a difference between a drill and an exercise. The drill is just to let the students and staff know what to do in case there is an emergency. We're not trying to ramp up the tension. We're not trying to make it more dramatic. We're not trying to cause anxiety in any of our students. We want them to know just what to do. The state for a while wrestled with this because some parents were saying that their children were traumatized by the drills. Upstate New York was doing a lot of things that downstate wasn't doing. They were actually having people come to buildings. They were actors, dressed in dark clothing, try to get into school buildings in windows and doors, but they did not tell the staff and students that those were actors. So you can imagine that that could cause a little bit of anxiety. Downstate wasn't doing that. This is just a drill. So for a while, the state talked about getting rid of drills entirely or letting students opt out. We didn't think that was a good idea for a number of reasons. The number one reason is, imagine if we have a student that is now a 9th grader or a 10th grader and has never heard a fire alarm, and then a fire alarm goes off. They would have no idea what to do. All of us in this room have been doing fire drills since we were very small. We take that for granted that we know what to do. So we want the students to know how to drill and that it's just a drill. The state's just reiterating and piggybacking off their language from last year. Obviously, trauma-informed and developmentally appropriate means we're not going to talk about drills to our 1st and 2nd graders in the same manner we're going to talk to our juniors and seniors in high school. Juniors and seniors in high school are obviously a lot more, they're a lot older. They can digest a lot more information. We're going to talk to them about it very differently. But the idea is the state doesn't want us to scare anyone, and we want to do this as smoothly as possible. It's just a drill. We are not trying to stress inoculate our staff or our students, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. This is something new. The building level emergency response plans will be supplied to the appropriate law enforcement agency and the state police by October 1st. We're always giving them to the state police. Now they want us to give it to the local police as well, which I think is a good idea because it'll have important phone numbers in there of people inside the building, and it'll also give them building schematics. The state talks here about threat assessment teams, and they'll say threat/behavioral assessment teams. For those that are in special education, behavioral assessment does not mean threat assessment. It means something completely different. But the state uses that term interchangeably, threat/behavioral assessment. So when we see that, think threat assessment. That's what the state means by that. New York State does not mandate threat assessment teams. Some states do. New Jersey, Virginia do. We think eventually the state's going to move towards that. But basically what the state is telling us now is that if we do have a threat assessment team, they want us to mention it in the district-wide plan, and they want us to put it in the building level emergency plans. This is something brand new. It is an after-school annex, and it says the district has established a comprehensive after-school annex to safely manage after-school events, including athletic events and programs, ensuring a secure and welcoming environment for all attendees. These guidelines outline protocols for visitor management, crowd control, emergency preparedness, and coordination with law enforcement as needed. This detailed annex can be found in the individual building level plans. What they mean by this is at the beginning of any type of after-school event where we're inviting people into the building that don't go to school there, don't work there, they want someone, the language states, the principal or their designee will stand up at the beginning of the event and give a quick safety briefing. Much like we did tonight, someone would say, the fire exits are to my left and to my right. They would talk about if an alarm went off, what would happen. You would have to follow directions of the staff. They want it to be brief, but they want us to do it. Much like when you get on an airplane before the plane takes off, the flight attendants will stand in the aisle. They'll go over briefly safety. They want us to do that as well because we're inviting people into our building that don't drill with us, that are unfamiliar probably with the building. They don't go to school here and they're not students here. I get a lot of questions from coaches about this. And they've said, well, is this for every single after-school practice? The answer to that is no. If it's an after-school team and the students are from here and the teacher is the coach, they don't have to do this. But if you're having a basketball game in a gym and you're inviting a team in and the parents, you have to do it. And it's every single time. So if you're doing a play at night, in the evening, and you're inviting parents in, and let's say the play is going to be on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night, you would have to do it for each and every performance at the beginning. Someone would stand up. What a lot of schools are doing is they're doing it right after either the Pledge of Allegiance or the National Anthem, and then someone will just make some brief comments as to safety in case of fire, in case we had the lockdown. The state doesn't dictate how we do it. You can make a PA announcement. You can have someone do it at the microphone. You can have a banner on the wall when you go inside the gym. You can hand out a leaflet if you'd like. If it's a basketball game, you have an electronic ticker underneath the basketball game. It can run on that electronic ticker. So the good thing is they didn't limit how we do it. They just want to make sure that we do it. And again, it's only for when we have people inside the building that are not students and that don't work here.
So I have a quick question.
Sure.
You covered a lot of different areas. Like, for example, we have people who use our facilities.
Yes.
So we're not there. So does it now become their responsibility to inform the group that's
It-
using the facilities what to do in case of emergency?
Yes. What happens is, even though it's not our group, we might have the Boy Scouts come in or the Girl Scouts, or we might have a CYO basketball team come in. What a lot of schools are doing is they're putting it right on their building use form. This way they've been notified that this is something that is mandated and that we'd like you to do this. A lot of times too, what some of the schools are doing is they're writing like a brief script, because you have to remember, a lot of times it might not be the principal that's reading this. A lot of times it might be the person that is running the music department because it's a musical or it's a play or it's a coach. And the principal, it says the principal or their designee. Obviously, we know the principal will attend as many after-school events as they can, but they're not going to be able to make every single one. So a lot of times, to make it easier, what schools have done is written a small script. This way it can be read out. And a lot of times we've told people to put it right on your building use form. This way it's right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question on this topic too?
Sure.
So you said you've made the updates to the district-wide health and safety plan?
Yes.
And the building
Yes.
level?
This has been added. It is a required annex. We've already added this to the plans for the 25-26 school year.
So what did you say? Like, how are we doing it in a combination of all the above?
It is really up to the district, because what happens is when we put in, we'll put
Right.
in that PA announcement, leaflet, handout, and you just have to go in and pretty much choose the one that you're going to do. We give you the option, and then whichever ones we're not going to do, we'll just take out.
Okay, so then we, as the district, just have to ensure that the building level administration is implementing it at all events.
Correct.
And then in our facility use policy, we would be building in this requirement in the paperwork. Okay, thank you. I didn't realize I was asking questions as we go. If on a page back with the threat assessment team, so I recall this from our presentation earlier this year, that do we have a threat assessment team?
You have threat assessment teams at each of the buildings.
Okay,
That training was done at the building level, and that's the way we recommend it to be done. This way, the team is easier to assemble, and they're more familiar with the students. You can do it at the district level as well, but the way we recommend it is do it at the building level, and then that paperwork is submitted to the district. The district will review it to make sure that they're happy with it. And then when that student graduates from, let's say, elementary school, goes to middle school, that paperwork would follow them as well to the middle school, and then from the middle school to the high school.
okay, so if there was questionable behavior, this threat assessment team would be involved with the decision of how to discipline
Threat
and
assessment,
support
well,
the
discipline
student.
is really a small part of threat assessment. Basically, with threat assessment, the question you're asking is, does the student pose a threat? Discipline is something that really will be up to, it really falls more under the line of administration, not so much the threat assessment team, but the
Okay.
administration.
I mean, okay, but there's a gray line there, right? So I would envision that they would have to work
Hand in hand,
together.
yes.
Thank you.
And again, this just talks about the different ways that you can do it. The state was gracious enough that they did not mandate just one way. Again, could be announcements, handouts, digital displays, a lot of different ways to do this. This is also a brand new annex. This is a maximum temperatures in school annex. And it's basically saying when the school hits 88 degrees, that they want you to address those heat conditions. Now, this can be done in a variety of ways. If we have an air conditioning unit, we're gonna turn it on. We can open a door, we can open a window, turn on a fan. We might move students from one side of the building to another side of the building. If we know that in the afternoon, maybe the south side of the building gets very warm and the north side is in shade, we can move students from one side of the building to another. The state doesn't say that once it hits 88 degrees, you have to close school or anything like that. That was originally in this, and they backed off of that. I think what happened was they got a lot of pushback from directors of facilities and superintendents that said, listen, you know, this goes into effect July 1st. It's not enough time. We just don't have enough time. And it comes down to more than just buying portable wall units and plugging them in, because your power grid more than likely will not hold if you plugged in 100 air conditioners into a building. So they understood that, so they kind of backed off of it. What they want you to do is they want you to be aware of it, and they want you to do the best you can to mitigate the heat as best as possible.
I have a question on this.
Sure.
With the heat, and I know you're saying the different scenarios to move around or whatever, at what point would it be student pickup? Because if you can't, if it's a 95-degree day, which they've been 97 degrees, I don't think moving from one side to the other might accomplish, you know, relieving that.
It's a recommendation. They did not say that you have to dismiss at any temperature. They said they want you to do everything that you possibly can to address it. And when you read through it, it'll say the district will address medical needs, transportation, emergency notifications, but it doesn't say anything about at a certain temperature, you will dismiss.
Right,
It's just
except for
not
that,
clear.
like, then it becomes a health issue for staff and kids, fatigue and all those
I
other
think the
things.
state's trying to move us towards, as a state, probably air conditioning buildings, but that is, for a lot of districts, that's a big expense.
Like Amityville. yeah.
And you know what? Amityville isn't alone. There are a lot of
Right.
districts that don't have it.
Yeah.
I think most of us in this room, when we went to school, we did not have it. I think they would like us to have it, but I think the state's recognizing that it's not that easy.
What I had done in a different district is we air conditioned a general purpose room in each building. So that if we needed to move a lot of kids at a time, we did that. And then if it became a certain temperature, we actually had the parents pick up the kids because we had a lot of pregnant staff at the time and we had them fainting.
And some schools do have certain rooms, air conditioning, and some schools don't. Like, a lot of schools don't have big areas like gymnasiums, auditoriums, cafeterias. They don't have them air conditioned, but they do have classrooms air conditioned. So I think that's the direction that the state's moving in.
Yeah, so, or maybe it's the board at some point can, maybe down the line, consider a big room in each building at least to try to mitigate it.
So if I can jump in real quick, part of that bond, the referendum that we did, the $69.9 million, specified that we would air condition one large area of each building. And that was either a cafeteria or an auditorium. So my son's in the high school, and I know that for a fact, last year, a couple days when it got very, very hot, they moved the students into the auditorium for when it was very hot. So, or the cafeteria, so it's air conditioning. There's one general big space in each building that's air conditioned, which is good. That gives our staff the option to use them.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me.
This talks about going back to drills again, and it says, students will be instructed in the procedure to be followed in the event that a fire occurs during a lunch period or an assembly. This instruction may be waived if a drill is held during regular school lunch periods or assemblies. Last year, the state told us that they want us to stop doing drills on only one day of the week. What happened was the state recognized some schools were doing every single drill on a Tuesday at 9 o'clock. And the reason why was because that was a good time for them. There was no lunch period, there was no recess. There was no auditoriums. There was nothing going on at that time. So they want us to break out of that habit. They want us to do no more than one drill per day. That was as per last year. They want us to mix our drills up different times of the day and different days of the week. So now this year they're following up with that and saying, if you are not doing drills during lunch periods and assemblies, you have to instruct the students on what to do during those periods. If you are doing drills during those periods, then there's no reason for instruction because you've actually conducted drills during those time periods. So they want us to be cognizant of that. Every school should be trying to vary their drills different days of the week and different times of the day so that it does not become routine. And this is just a follow-up to last year. This is talking about staff development and training. They want us to make sure that we're training our staff on shelter, hold, evacuation, secure lockout, lockdown. They also want to make sure that we're letting our staff, we're starting to instruct our staff on incident command system procedures, and that we have a continuity of command so that in case the principal wasn't there, someone in the building would step up, they would be in charge. They want to make sure that we're training our staff. It's unfair of us to ask our staff to be able to conduct drills if we haven't spoken to them about it, if we haven't met about it, if we haven't gone over things about it. And the state recognized that. So they want to make sure that we are conducting training and that we're also conducting training in violence prevention and mental health aspects. They want us to make sure that our team is trained and that they're meeting together a few times a year and they're getting training. This is something that is new. They combined a few annexes. They look familiar because they were in here before, but they were separate. They combined abduction and kidnapping together into one annex. And a lot of times I get the question, well, isn't it the same thing? And I say, well, it's very similar, but there is a little bit of a difference. The difference between an abduction and a kidnapping is an abduction is when a child is taken by a person that knows them. It could be a friend of the family. It could be a family member. The child knows that person. The person knows the child, but they do not have custodial rights to that child. That's an abduction. Whereas a kidnapping is someone who takes a child that is not known to them. So it is similar, but it is a little bit different. But the state decided to combine those into one annex. The other one that they decided to combine together was missing child and elopement. We put elopement into the plan last year because we thought it was important. The state liked it, so they have now combined it with missing child / elopement is all in one annex. Last year it was optional. If you liked it, you could keep it. If you didn't like it, you could take it out. This year it is not optional, so please do not take that out. It is already in your building plan. And I always say with an elopement, if I have a high school senior that is driving out and taking off the last period of the day, that's not really an elopement, that is cutting. But when I have a first grader that says he needs to go to the bathroom and instead of going to the bathroom, walks out a door and leaves the building, that is an elopement. The reason why we wanted to put that in there, we think it's important, is because some schools do have students that elope on a regular basis. And this way, there's a way of dealing with that quickly. The team can assemble and we have a plan. And part of that plan includes if we do have a student that does elope and they're known to do that, one of the things that we always recommend is as soon as they come in for the day, have either the classroom teacher or an aide write down what they're wearing. Because I spent many, many years in the police department. Sometimes even when we would call a parent to get a description of a child, they might have a few children. They might not even know. They don't remember what the child was wearing that morning. So we want to write that down immediately because the faster we call the police and we give the description, the easier it will be to find that child. So that is one of the recommendations in the elopement annex. Also, too, we want to divide the building up so that this way we can quickly cover the building. If we do have an elopement, we can put that over the PA system. Everyone knows what door or what side of the building they're going to go to. We want to quickly monitor our cameras and we want to call the police as fast as possible so that we can secure that child.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in for a second because it brought up a thought that came up in the Health and Safety Committee meeting that I don't think I ever spoke about here with the board. There was discussion about having photo IDs for all the students. So that just crossed my mind because, you know, we're assuming that the teacher is going to know which child has a tendency to elope, and maybe we do know, but we're not going to know 100% of the time. So if we did have a photo saved in the database on a computer system, you know, that might tie in nicely with our ability to respond. So I'm just throwing that thought out there.
The last change that the state made is.
Excuse me, Tom, one moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In the Infinite Campus, our student database, there is a photograph of each student uploaded and associated with their demographic information.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I have seen my students' pictures in there. Thank you.
The last change that the state made for the year was it says procedures for contacting parents, guardians, and persons in parental relation to students in the event of a violent incident or an early dismissal or an emergency closure are detailed in each building level plan. I think the state just felt as though that was important to put in there because there's a very good chance we would have an early dismissal or an emergency closure before we would have a violent event. They just want to make sure that we can contact parents, that we have a way of getting that message out quickly. In case we were to come into school, emergency closure could be, we come in after a break and there's no power in the building, or there's no running water in the building, or there's no heat in the building. Obviously, we're going to have to contact parents to let them know either that we're changing our location, we're going to another building, or we're going to have an early dismissal that we would need parents to pick up. I know you have that already, but that was the language that the state put in there. I just want to remind everyone that the district plan is a public-facing document. You can let members of the public see it. It will be posted on the website for 30 days. Anyone can make a comment on it, but the building level plans are confidential. There's phone numbers in there with people's names, people's personal cell phone numbers and names. There is also building schematics in there. There are also aerial photos of the buildings and the grounds. There's things in there that we don't really want to be made public. If you do have someone request that, just tell them, listen, I cannot show it to you. It is confidential. You're allowed to see the district-wide safety plan. It is published every single year for a 30-day period on the website. District-wide safety plan is usually about 40 to 50 pages. Building plans are about 130 to 150 pages. They're very detailed. Anything that you see in the district-wide safety plan is expanded upon in the building level safety plan. The other thing I just ask, usually when I speak to principals at this time of year, I say to them, listen, over the summertime, please review the plans, update any name changes. If you've had any retirements, if you have anyone get promoted, if you have anyone move on, we want to make sure that the names are correct. If you don't know the name of, let's say, the school nurse because she retired or he retired, and you're not sure who it's going to be in September, just take the name out and put down to be determined. It is a living, breathing document. We can always add that once we know. The building level plans have to be approved by the board, but they are not posted for the 30-day comment period, and they must be uploaded into the BEDS portal by October 1st.
Can I jump in with a question? And I don't know who this is for, but if this document is updated annually or the plan is updated annually, why not leave 1 year's plan up for the full year? Like you mentioned 30 days.
Well, the state requires 30 days. For
So what-
the district-wide safety plan. They require you to post it publicly for 30 days
Okay,
on the website.
on the website, but there's nothing to stop us from leaving it for a year, correct?
No.
It's
And
a
what the-
hearing. It's just for, it's for public comments for a hearing.
Okay, but once it's finalized, it's posted so that anyone can find it. That,
I understand your question. I'm sorry, I understand your question. You understand
I
that
just
it's
want to make
for
sure
here.
someone randomly who was
Right.
like, I want to see the plan. I'm like, oh, sorry, it's not the 30-day window. You can't see it now. That's not the case.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I want to understand. Thank you.
I'm not too sure. Is it up right now? Do we know it's, so, go
We'd have
ahead.
to double check. I'm not sure if it's up at present. However, the one we're discussing tonight is scheduled to go up tomorrow, a 30-day period, so we can get the approval prior to the deadline date.
So then after, if there's any input, if there's any changes, and it's like, once it's finalized, then we can make it a living document on the website. I think that's the question that you're asking.
That is the question. So now let me just to make sure we're completely on the same page. The previous plan, is it accessible on the website?
Yeah, I'm gonna double
Sorry.
check.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, can I jump in with a question?
Sure.
So you touched upon a little bit about the building plans and things like that. Have you ever heard of a school district going to Google and getting that building blurred out? Okay, so for instance, let me.
Oh, you mean like a Google Earth?
Right, because, so I was just on Google Earth. I can see the building, I can see everything. I can see the entrances, walkways, all that stuff. There is a certain avenue that private individuals can pursue to have their address blurred out. Have you ever heard of a school district doing that? And would you recommend something like that?
I've never seen a school district do it. I don't know if you can. I know private individuals have done that, to have it removed, but I've never seen a school district do it. That's actually the first time it's ever come up.
Okay, so
I
maybe we can look
I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't know if you can.
Okay.
So you're just saying you can't see the building on Google Earth, is what you're saying?
So I know individuals that have blurred out their residence. So if you type in their residence, 150 Park Avenue, all
Yeah.
you see is a blur.
Okay,
That's it.
right.
But when you type in, for instance, I just typed in Park Avenue, the building that we're in,
You can,
it's not blurred.
yeah, you can like zoom in and
Right,
see.
and
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
you would think with your law enforcement experience that this is probably something that, if someone wanted to do harm or enter a building, they would very well use this resource.
It has been used before, when people have conducted swatting incidents. I'd have to check and get back to you. I just don't know if you can. It's the first time I've ever heard of it. I've ever heard it come up. I have seen it with private individuals before. I just don't know if you're able to.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Can I ask something too? Dr. Talbot, can you email that to the board, the one that's going up tomorrow? The district-wide safety plan?
Sure, it was sent home in transmittal a couple of weeks ago, as well as hard copies were delivered.
Okay, I would have to go back in. Okay, I'll go back and look. I did want to ask you something. I don't think they have it here in Amityville. If I'm wrong, please correct me. The police having cameras in the hallway, having access, something you recommend?
That's really a decision that the board would have to come down to, whether or not they would want to grant that access. It's not something that every school district just does automatically. It would definitely be
understand.
something that you would have to talk about. And there's always pros and cons to everything.
Okay, thank you.
For Dr. Talbot, are we set up for the training of our staff for procedures and responsibilities as of July 2025? For the training, for the drills and,
Yes, our staff has been trained
Okay.
in the drills, and we will continue with the violence prevention, mental health training over the summer as well.
thank you.
And also staff up to date with the changes in language. Because there's a decent amount of changes in language. So that would have to be part of the new professional development.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're
Thank you.
gonna,
Yeah.
take any community input regarding board agenda items at this time. So community input regarding board agenda items, so it'll be for the June 4th as well as the June 18th agenda.
Good evening, Chris Nearing. Couple comments. I believe a few months ago, there was some agreement with Suffolk County Police accessing cameras in the building. If that rings any bells?
I don't think, yeah, I don't, it's not, there may have been discussion, but I'm not sure if it was approved.
I
But
thought
maybe-
we got received some kind of an agreement
Oh, I
with
know
them.
what you're talking
I will certainly follow up. I was making note of that as well. It's with the, no, the hot shot was one aspect to put the, alarm systems near the schools.
That's what it was.
'Cause I remember asking if we were gonna do a similar agreement with the village police. And I don't remember anything happening after that. I just remember having that conversation at some point.
I think it was, yeah, I think it's what Dr. Talbot and Wendy's saying, I don't think it was something, there was a program that that the Suffolk County had, but it wasn't
We had to
cameras
give
that were
them
inside the
author-
building.
We had to give them authority. I think that's.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
we gave them authority to do that, but I think it was tied to the hot shot.
But, yeah, but it was not inside the building, I don't think.
No, it's just
It
the
was
middle
the
school.
roofs and things like that.
Not that it was large.
Right. Yeah, so it wasn't
Right.
cameras inside the school.
Okay. Okay, so for the contracting professional services on the third paragraph from the bottom, the district will periodically, but not less frequently than every 3 years or 5 years. Does that mean that,
No, I'll just jump in. The policy committee put it in there for the board to decide tonight, what do you want to do? We've always had 3. you know, Dr. Talbot said perhaps 5, so the board should decide tonight which one we want to do. So we put both to remind us to ask the board.
Okay. My question was just, was it a range between
No,
the two?
that was a
Okay.
good question.
Okay. And my last questions for the Transportation Committee charge. The membership to parent slash guardian representatives, is there any parameters for how many parents that we're trying to get, or a certain group that we're looking for? We're trying to get private school, public school, parents of special, students with special needs?
I don't think there was any criteria that was placed on it, but those are some good suggestions to get the diversity of public, private, and whatnot. But Dr. Talbot, go ahead.
So the committee would include Board of Education, District Administration, Coordinator of Transportation, a representative from the district's contracted transportation provider, community emergency services personnel, and parent and guardian representatives. And so at the pleasure of the board, there will be discussion as to the numbers perhaps, or the structure of where they would like them to be represented.
Okay, so I think we should at least categorize certain things, like you have at least one public school, one private school, one special needs, and then any other category. I know it might be hard to require those because you got to have volunteers for it, but at least have those listed so we could try to seek them out. And then dates for the meetings, I would think they should both be prior to the transportation application deadline. So it's not after the fact where we're having discussions on how transportation should be for the following year. And that's all my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Margaret Shuff, Amityville. Just a couple things. It's great to see all these retirees and these teachers and all the accolades and the wonderful words about all these staff and teachers in the community. But I don't think it would cost too much or wouldn't be cost effective if you could change the venue for when you do that evening and have it in the auditorium, make it better than a folding chair for the families who are watching, and just change the venue, have the meeting after, have it in the high school auditorium, make it a little more special than just a regular meeting in this particular surrounding. That's number one. And number two, the gentleman who came from the consultant was excellent. That was a great presentation, but my question is, with the training for the staff to do all these measures, how often is the training? Is it annual? Are there brush up situations? Are they documented? Are they checked that they're taken and done and completed? Like, what's the checks and balances for that? How often did the training happen? And if someone retires or someone leaves, and is it replaced? All of those little aspects, do you have to report to whom that has been taken care of?
So the trainings do vary. Sometimes it's over the summer when there's the new teacher orientation. Some of the trainings are done at that time. Some of them are done at superintendent's conference meetings. The buildings keep a running record
Okay.
of who is trained in what. The HR office keeps a running record of other mandatory trainings. One he mentioned tonight, violence prevention in the workplace.
So there's a checklist and there's a
Sure.
deadline and when it should be
Oh, yeah.
completed and so on and so forth. Excellent. Okay. And the next thing that I have is regarding agenda point 2C1, the transportation committee. And I'm really perplexed as to why you would need a transportation committee at this juncture. The reason for the transportation department, we have a transportation department and it should be adequate. And now with a leader who was in place, who has seemed to had a good grasp of the role, and it was quite helpful with all the chaos of the bus situation this year, they're finally getting that in order. So I ask to never happen again, the situation that we encountered this year with the last minute RFP, only one vendor being summoned, basically incorrect information. That was a conversation that was ridiculous, and just hoping that that never happens again. So I don't understand why we need a transportation committee when in fact that owner, what's the
No,
matter?
No, I just heard something open up behind me, so I'm like,
Oh,
I'm like, what's behind me?
okay.
No, it's not you.
Okay. Now I lost my spot. So basically, the transportation, it's your job to do the transportation. It's the administration to take care of the administration. It's the board to oversee what the administration does. I don't understand how you need a committee because basically you've already proven ineffectively that you tried to do a committee with the budget committee. That was, I mean, thankful that people stepped up and everything else, but it really proved inefficient because nothing ever really came of it. The materials were forthcoming. It was not timely. No recommendations came out of it. So to sit there and spin your wheels, I mean, you can spin your wheels into a, look that the superintendent cares because we're bringing up to the people about transportation, but it's really the job of the school to deal with. Buses have been running since day one, forever, for years, and without committees. So I don't understand why you're putting all this emphasis on wondering about the community, which is great in many aspects, but this one you don't need. It's like spinning wheels for no reason. It's, if it's for appearances that you care, it's not really going to hit the mark. I really don't think you need it.
Thank you.
Are you addressing that to me?
Pretty
No,
much.
That-
And quite frankly, if you do have this committee, I think basically the only thing that they could possibly unearth is the fact that the preschool buses don't have booster seats, that you sat there from that microphone in that seat and professed that the preschool buses do have booster seats when in fact investigation proved otherwise.
If they are 4 years old, up to 4 years old, they require safety seats. But I just want you to be aware that the Transportation Committee is a board committee. It's not a committee being brought by the superintendent.
It's still the job of the administration to deal with the busing and everything else. And then the board can approve it.
Winston Brown Cook, Amityville. Question regarding health and safety. Do we have a relationship with, do we have a relationship with Suffolk County BOCES? Does the district?
Western Suffolk BOCES?
Mhm.
Yes.
Someone who handles, who are experts in health and safety. How come we don't coordinate with them and work with them as opposed to paying an outside agency? Great presentation, but I can't tell you I learned anything new because being a member of Nassau County Schools and working with Peter LaDuca, who's Nassau County BOCES health and safety person for many years, did not cost my district anything. And the presentation that was done tonight, I don't know how much we paid for it or paid for the work, but we are a district in financial crisis. So I would like to suggest that we coordinate with Suffolk County Health and Safety BOCES program and have them work with us to improve our plans on a yearly basis. And this is money we can take out of the budget. Thank you very much.
So,
I
Ms.
think
Cook,
it's out of the budget.
we do work with Western Suffolk BOCES Health and Safety Department, and the representative does come in district.
Mm-hmm.
He does inspections and walkthroughs. He attends the Health and Safety Committee meetings. So we are in partnership with them.
Okay.
Thank you.
So why are we paying an outside agency?
Yeah, this service is no longer in
Okay,
the budget for
got
next
you.
year, but it's a
Okay.
little different because it's more
Okay.
security-based with health and
Well,
safety.
this was health and safety, which includes security. I'm very, very well versed in health and safety. It's my pet peeve, and I've done a lot of work on it. So what this gentleman presented tonight, other than the new stuff that the state came down, and I have to say, I have to give a shout out to NYSET. We were I was part of NICET, which is the state union, teachers union, for many years where we fought for temperature. And I'm very happy that it was passed this year. And that's because of the work that NICET did. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm gonna go to the agenda. So gonna go down to agenda item 2B, 1 and 2. And
Lisa, I'd like to make a comment about the, contracting for professional services sitting on the policy committee.
yeah, I was gonna do,
Oh, you're gonna do it, Lisa? Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead with that one.
Oh. We had quite a few policies. We're waiting for council review, so not all of them made it to this agenda, but we're hoping that they'll make it on the 18th. But specifically, the policy committee is asking the board if they wanted to do 3 to 5 year RFPs. The board, Amityville has had 3 years all this time. We just went out for the RFPs. It's, you know, a best practice. I think that the state was 5 years, but it's dependent on the district. So that's the first thing I just wanted to bring up, just let the board know we have to decide that on how we want to move forward.
So, you summarized well, I mean, not well, but you summarized the point that we had for that particular one. And so the board just needs to decide if currently the policy is 3 years, and as Wendy said, do you want to go to 5 or leave it at 3? That's all.
I'm fine with 3.
I'm okay with 3.
I am too. So where did 5 come from?
We were just in a policy committee, we came up that
Oh,
there
just
was,
an idea?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not an
No.
idea, but that
Okay.
it says that you can do 5 years law.
Okay, I think 3 is good.
Okay, all right, so we're leaving it as 3. Okay.
As far as the AI, okay.
Oh, can we stay on the RFPs for a second? Yeah. Okay,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
okay.
I don't think there was,
Did you want to call a motion too? I don't know.
no, there's no, no,
okay, all right.
we're just
Okay.
reviewing the policy.
Thank
So
you.
there were,
So, okay.
we're just updating you in terms of what was discussed at the policy committee meeting. And so this was a policy that has already
I
gone
understand.
to
Mhm.
legal made recommendations already.
But are
And
you,
so we're bringing back to you,
Okay, I
some
have
of the
some
things that,
comments.
wait,
Oh,
are
oh,
you,
have more?
Megan, are you saying, do you want to adopt it now rather than a second reading? Is that what we want, or we just?
No, no,
Well, okay.
that's okay. Thank you.
no, so like, for example, we add on here published in district approved newspapers. That was one thing that was added, number 4 on page 1. And then Wendy brought up about whether we wanted 3 or 5 years. Then we added in here, and it's under the points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It says we may conduct interviews as part of the RFP process. So those are things that we had added in, and legal had looked at it. So those are some of the things that have been changed.
Oh, and to
Okay.
send it electronically
Yes.
with the addendum.
Can I make a
what-
request for an addition?
And amendments if applied.
That when an RFP, it does go out, that the board gets a copy electronically.
Yeah, that's in there.
Sorry,
Let me look at
can I
the-
see it? I missed it.
Hold on. Yeah, so the district will review, periodic, but not less than 3 years, issue professional RFPs and addendums if applicable, both electronically and hard copy. So we added in electronically and hard copy.
I think Caroline's saying to add the language that the board will also receive an electronic copy of the RFP. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, rather than have to request it.
Okay.
Because it hasn't been, the reason I ask is that throughout the time I've been on here, it hasn't been clear to me how many times we go out for RFP. So if it is dozens of times throughout the year and it's pretty standard, doesn't mean we necessarily have to read them all, but I just would like to understand how frequently it happens. Also, because this is one of the things that was flagged by the internal audit as being, a point of concern. So just to be able to see, okay, there's another RFP going out, seems like it's fine, but I just want to have a sense of the volume of them. So
Is that, is the language okay to say, all RFPs shall be provided to the board electronically? Is that language?
So if that's even if RPs that we're not responsible for interviewing. So we're saying any RFP that goes out for the district. Just speaking to
Sure.
the mic. Sorry.
So that's at the board's discretion. If you want to receive the RFP documents when they're, when they're transmitted out by the business office, you can receive it. I
So-
don't know what that volume looks like.
I mean, if it ends up
So-
looking like spam, then you just delete it like
Or you
spam. But
want
if
to
it,
receive notification of it, and then you can follow up with a request.
Well, can I ask this? Is it possible I'm sorry, is it possible to upload those documents into,
I asked
now I'm drawing a blank. What do we?
Board docs.
Into
I
Board
actually
Docs?
just
Is that a
asked for-
possibility?
We just created a folder for RFPs just recently, right?
So
And I
that's,
asked for
that's
it.
a nice little neat way to
asked for
get
it.
to it, and
Yeah.
it doesn't get in the way of other things.
Right.
But that's-
Okay, so every RFP is on board docs, which we all have access to, and then,
I don't know if it's been created yet, but I did ask for that.
Yeah.
It was in the
The-
process.
I believe the folder is created, but the uploads
We're
have
not
not.
quite, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
I
then we
have
want to
some-
amend that language then, or, we should probably amend that then. To say all of RFPs shall be uploaded to board docs. Each RFP shall be uploaded, oh, I'm sorry. Each RFP shall be uploaded to board docs.
Just say all.
Okay. Okay.
Can I jump in with some comments now?
Yeah, I just wouldn't use board docs. That's, you know,
Why,
if there's a,
Electronic platform.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
So I saw that number 4 was a different tone in my gray scale here, but does it actually fit in that? Because it's saying the board is directing the super of finance to take measures to ensure highly qualified professionals. So that's by reviewing, sort of their background, like their trade journals, their professional listings, their inquiries with other districts they work with. But I see like why we want to say publish in district approved newspapers, but is that more to get a wider reach on the response? And maybe that belongs under a different heading. So maybe you need another little paragraph to speak to how we're getting a wider reach in the response, and we do want to include that, district approved newspapers.
I think I'm missing your point because why wouldn't you want it to be there? Because if it's saying that the person is going to make sure that, that a highly qualified professional secured through prudent and economic use of public money, which may include these following things. So we're just adding to that in our discussion that we had in the policy committee, about publishing in district-approved newspapers. 'Cause I think that's something that did come up this time around, that we were not putting it in our published district-approved newspapers. So we just added it to the list. That was yeah. there's no-
Doesn't really make sense in that.
You're saying it doesn't make sense
I don't
in
think
that
it makes sense in that
specific-
bulleted list. Like it's,
So
you're
may-
like, you're saying, like, we're saying we want to ensure that it's a qualified professional that's responding, but then we're saying we want to publish in an approved newspaper. So it, maybe just reread it again as a
why can't
policy committee.
Why can't we put it in the paragraph where we're saying all RFPs
Yeah.
shall be uploaded to the district-approved electronic platform and published in district-approved newspapers? Why not just add it to that?
Okay.
Just move it.
Okay, thank you. That's, yeah. I want to see how we can incorporate that we want to be ensure that the RFP is not written in such a way to exclude multiple professional services contractors from being able to comply with the requirements of the RFP. So i.e., we're not sole sourcing. So, I recognize that this is going to have to go back to the policy committee to think about the language, but I want to look at making sure that our RFPs are not written in such a way that only one entity can respond to it and comply with the requirements. There's a subheader there that says, in reviewing the RFPs, the district will consider blah, 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 but I think that's supposed to say in reviewing the response to the RFPs. Where you at? It's the next.
Above the
forwarded
next set of
list.
numbers.
Okay.
3 years, I agree. I crossed out and may conduct interviews.
Yeah, it is crossed out.
Oh, you crossed that out.
It should be crossed out,
Um,
yeah.
Electronic transmittals shall include read receipts. The district shall obtain responses from all vendors documenting why they chose not to participate. So this kind of goes to the motion that I called when we got one response to the transportation RFP. So to incorporate language in this policy, I have another scribble down here. District staff shall provide low participation evaluation and memorandum when only one entity responds.
Yeah, you're.
Well, I can give you these markups, and the concept is that if you only have one response, that we're doing our due diligence to reach out to those entities that received the RFP, and we're understanding why we only have one response, and we're documenting it, right? It's the same exercise that we went through with the transportation RFP.
Can you just forward those comments to the policy committee, so therefore we can merge it all together? Because
Sure.
that's what we need to do.
Mhm.
Because it's gonna take time for us to merge it and bring it back to the entire board.
Okay, understood. I put those, okay.
Is that it on the, on those, on the on the professional services?
All right, yeah, now we're going to the AI.
The AI, we just adopted the NISBA sample policy to implement something.
Anyone
Okay.
have anything for the AI?
Yes, I mean, I didn't have it as a hard copy here, so I don't have all my thoughts, but I did jot down here. My concern is the citing of the use of AI, and I think that it needs a little bit more consideration as to how that's going to be implemented. I actually, kind of going off of what the community member just said about the transportation committee, this might warrant a committee, right? Like the use of AI, because this is brand new, and we need to get a group of professionals together to look at what are we sort of piloting in our initial year of having an AI policy, and how can we ensure that we're moving and growing and we're addressing this, sort of, it's taking over, right? And it's going to have to move and develop and grow with us as we learn. And, we might need to consider as a board that maybe that's somewhere that it's a committee makes more sense, so that, because like Wendy just said, we're just taking, okay, NISBA said, here's a starting point. But we need to network with other districts, see what they're doing. We need to see how this implements in the classroom, and we need to be able to come back and be flexible and make changes as we need.
So you bring up a very good point. This right now is just a policy. So from this point, there would be a regulation that would take place. And it may be something that may be slightly different from maybe something that may happen at the high school versus that's happening at the low level. So you're making, a very good point. At work last week, I was in a retreat where we had someone come in to talk to us about AI and all the different venues that you can go through that I didn't even know about. But also the university is also looking at how can one as faculty educate yourself about AI, seeing whether or not there's anything where someone's, plagiarizing, that's number one. And then also number two, how can you make it a teachable moment for the student? So therefore that you're not looking for the student to say, write me a paper about cystic fibrosis and cite it. But if someone writes a paper, does the citations, then how do you put it, how do you teach that student to put it in to make it a learning moment? So I do agree with you. So this is just one step. We have an AI policy. Now the next step is,
What's the next step?
right, so the
And
next
that's-
step is the regulation.
So the
and
regulation, what
with
happens
Dr.
is,
Talbot and
right.
the building administrators.
right, so the AI, just to catch up to speed with what we thought is we should implement something, which is an AI policy. You're right, we adopted the NISBA policy as a starting point. A regulation goes into more specifics.
Exactly.
So what you just said, that's different buildings and maybe building upon it, maybe the superintendent, you know, and maybe one of her meetings with staff or admins can work to make recommendations for regulation, look into other districts on that, because we will need a regulation on this.
Yeah. So. All right, so these are just the first readings for these two. The other policies that were sent home, and I had hoped that they were gonna go home highlighted, so therefore you guys could see what the actual changes were. So what I'm gonna go back is highlight them. So therefore you can see what the changes were for the other policies. Some things were just crossed out, other things were added, but those policies are now with legal, and legal may come back and say what we recommended we can't have in there. So,
Yeah, when I did it, I highlighted.
yeah, your mine are
Um,
highlighted as well, but when it was sent out, it was not highlighted.
Right. So just one question I wanted to ask council. So we had a bunch of policies we were hoping to get on this agenda, but they were under review. How, do you think that we'll have the other, policies by 6/18 to be able to get them on the agenda?
So I believe we received these policies on 5/29.
Yeah.
And there is, we have reviewed them. There are some discussions that I think are sort of legal slash, looking for clarification on some of the language in some of the policies. Certainly the policy with respect to display of the flag.
Yes.
is acceptable
We just got that
as
one,
written.
Yeah.
We drafted a memo on that. All of the policies will be prepared and ready to go on the 18th. They're ready now, but there's some questions we're looking for clarification.
Yeah, if it's possible to not get it on the 18th, but maybe get it on the Monday, like,
I mean,
you know,
they'll-
something
So I'll
sooner,
look for clarification before then, so.
so
we're
we could
ready to
review
have
and
the
put
first
it up.
reading.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and then we'll
So
keep you updated for those different policies.
So I guess I know that the cell phone policy isn't here, obviously, but we need the cell phone policy on the June 18th meeting as a first reading,
So-
right? I guess we talked about the importance of the timeline of
Right.
having it here, that the board is talking about it, that the public's aware of the draft, that, we have first, second, third meeting, maybe a presentation. I know you want to say something, but let me just finish my thought. And then that way we can, okay, and that we have it approved by August 1st, right? So I don't see it, it's not obviously not on the draft agenda for the 18th, but is that the goal? To at least have a first reading?
So I'll start, and then Dr. Talbot or Wendy can jump in. When we looked at the cell phone policy, and Dr. Talbot provided us with information from different locations and whatnot, it was more, how do you want to say, detailed, more of a conversation that needed to take place, more resources that we needed to get before we felt we could bring something to you. We do understand that there is a time frame that it has to be done, and we're very mindful of it. And I think we did get something else in regards to cell phone policy after we had met, but Dr. Talbot gave us a couple of things. So we felt we were not comfortable with bringing any type of cell phone policy to you guys at this point in time. We do understand that it has to be in place. We also felt like there needed to be more of a communication that occurred with the building administrators, the teachers, the staff, the parents. We felt there was more conversation that needed to take place before we actually really looked on implementing the policy. So we're
right.
moving on it.
Can I just jump in a minute on this?
Go ahead.
So the cell phone policy has come up several times at the policy committee meeting. I want the board to be aware that we are diligent with this. And in looking at the options for the cell phone policy that it was just updated by NISBA to give to us, there are some issues that have been identified, and I'll just give an example. So they say the parents may get in touch with their child through, and there's different options. However, sitting through meetings for a few years, it presents a problem. Because if they say, call the office, how many times do parents say, they don't get back to me, nobody calls me? If they send an email, they go, nobody gets back to me. There are issues that have to be addressed because the policy won't be successful. If we implement it, I mean, then they'll be in violation of the policy, right? But like, we want it to be successful. The district has to implement what, how are we gonna store them? I mean, I think that we're gonna talk about this later on, but there was a potential survey going on. I did not agree with it personally as a trustee, because the survey that was to go out was, do you agree with this? Do you think that it's a problem? Like, I don't know why we're asking these questions. This is the law. We have to follow the law. And it's up to us, right? The superintendent's the leader of the schools, and we are elected officials, and we are decision makers, and we are elected to make these decisions. And we have to be leaders in this, like asking hundreds of people, what do you think of this? What if they all say, this is awful? Guess what? It's still the law. Like, what are we doing? It's almost like we're going to have a riot, you know, it's a potential rising up. I don't agree with that approach. But I do want trustees to know that there are just some things that have to be worked through to make it successful. I do know that we are all cognizant that it has to come down soon, but there are several issues with it.
Can I jump in with a question, comment? I had said at the last meeting, as far as there being first, second, third readings, why don't we consider those as the opportunities to engage the public in lieu of a survey? And to demonstrate that this is not an easy policy to nail down. And like Wendy, you're saying to the other trustees who are not in the policy committee, we are working very hard. So, you know, not that you're saying you need to trust us, but please understand we're working hard. The hearings or the readings would be an opportunity for both the other trustees and the public to see the work that's being done and to understand how, yeah, there's certain things that we can't, you know, we may want it to be one way, but the law says it has to be another way. So our hands are all tied, and then together collectively we have to move forward.
So what you're saying is bring it forward with the
In its
best, with our
unfinished
best
form.
suggestions, and the board could take a look at it. And by the way, anytime there's a reading,
Right.
that is for an opportunity for the public to come up and say anything. You know, that is the exact purpose of first and second readings.
For
So
what it's
I
worth,
understand what you're saying.
This reminds me of, you know, concerns or complaints we had previously with regards to status appropriations reports. We wanted them and we were frequently told, well, they're not finished yet. They're not finalized yet. And we kept saying, it's okay. We can handle something in its working document, rough draft, unfinalized form. It would be better to do that than to wait for it to be perfect at the last minute when suddenly you're up against a deadline and there has not been the opportunity for community input, board input.
Point well
Yes.
taken.
Thank you. Thank you. That's where I was driving at, that I would hope that we're going to have our first reading on 6/18, because July, then you have a reorg meeting with a robust agenda and, you know, a second meeting, and that's it. We have to adopt by August 1st.
Can the
So can I
to
be-
Lisa and Dr. Talbot, can we meet one time next week to try and wrap
So,
this up then?
Before we talk about a meeting date, I just want to respond in terms of the survey, that, because we all, as a board, received a copy of the survey. And it clearly states that the purpose of the survey, that New York State is going to implement a statewide ban on student use and possession of cell phones and internet-enabled devices in elementary schools. We're collecting input to guide local procedures and enforcement practices. So it's just asking what schools that they're at, what position that they're in. You know, are they an employee? What type of employee are they? Are they a parent or guardian? And it just asks the question, how supportive are you of it? To what extent do you believe that access to cell phones and internet interferes with learning? So it's just, to me, it's just a generalized survey that will be going out. Yes, we still have to do the policy. It doesn't make a difference. Let me phrase it. We still have to implement the policy. I look at it as that we're just collecting some information from individuals, and we can say from that point that on this particular date, we're going to start the discussion on the cell phone policy. We have some information back, and it could be also be be utilized as a source to say that we got a lot of information back from parents that stated that, well, hypothetically, they're not in support of the cell phone policy, all right?
But-
Which, let me finish. So, but when we get that information back, then that's when we know we have to communicate more with the parents to say that we don't have a choice in this matter, that it's a law that has come from the governor of New York State, and this is a policy that we're gonna have to implement. So we can start out with the policy, we have the information, we can also maybe even publicize, maybe it needs to be a separate meeting that we talk about the policy, we talk about the cell phone policy, because that's gonna take time. And we can say to parents, we're gonna be meeting on several different dates to discuss the cell phone policy, the implementation and whatnot. So therefore, they may feel as if they're part of the process. That was something I was gonna say.
So can I ask a question about this survey? So, for instance, question number 1, name of school. Why does it only name 3 schools?
Because it goes K through 5.
Oh, okay, okay. So it doesn't apply to high school.
There's another one that's 6 to 12. There's 2 different.
Oh, I see. Okay. K through 5. So let me ask you this. I mean, what purpose does this question serve? Number 3, how supportive are you of the education law? Banning student possession of cell phones and internet-enabled personal devices. Like, for instance, just so I understand, it says mark only one oval, I'm going to mark I strongly oppose. If you have 90% of the people say I strongly oppose, what do we do with this?
So,
Totally agree.
may I respond?
We just know that people are upset.
So it's very important that this is a major policy. New York State is a vanguard in this process. So the messaging and the engagement with community, with parents, with staff is vitally important. We have staff who are going to have to enforce the policy that is written. Therefore, it is very important that they have an opportunity to weigh in. Now, some of the questions in the beginning are general perception questions. As a leader of the district, it's important for me to know what is the mindset of my teachers, my administrators, my parents, my staff in implementing this policy. That tells me the area of training that is needed. It also tells me the type of communication that's needed. So it's very important that we get an assessment of the general perception. In the K-5 schools, they're banned altogether. Phones are not to be brought to school at all. In 6 through 12, the educational law differs that they can be brought to school and yet restricted. So what does that mean for us as educators who are in the classroom? I want to hear teachers, are you looking to utilize phones for educational purposes? How are we looking to utilize phones for 504, for IEPs? Are we looking to align this with our goals? So there are questions around climate, engagement, and academics. Also, the clerical staff will be responsible for intaking many of the calls if parents have to contact the school. So there's a question on the survey that asks, should we call the main office? Should we go through the district communication procedure with Parent Square? We need to hear from those persons who will be carrying out and enforcing the policy. We have taken the opportunity to meet with security to get their take on the survey. They thought it was a great idea. They even gave some recommendations in the language. We have also met with the teachers union who gave feedback on the survey. We've also met with the CSEA2, who represents the monitors who will have to enforce, and the teaching assistants and the TAs. And they all are looking forward to the results from the survey to help us implement the policy.
Understood. I have another question, and I might ask legal to weigh in on this also. It's a learning moment for me, and it is for everyone, because this is a brand new law regarding cell phones. But what discretion does the school board have? I have read some articles where some school districts will ask students to keep the cell phones in their locker the entire day. I know that some school districts will have the pouches that we mentioned. What kind of discretion or wiggle room do school districts have?
Yeah.
Well, besides that.
It does say in the policy, that was one of the things that we were talking about. And again, point well taken, just to show you guys, is we have the discretion of what to do. What is our plan? We come up with that plan of what we want to do. We did speak about pouches. I think they were exploring pouches. My opinion of pouches is at first they said the kids were going to go home with it. I go, well, we're never going to see it again. They'll say they forgot it. Was destroyed. I mean, that's money walking right out the door. So I don't think that's a viable option. So we do have discretion over it. I know that it said that the kids can't be suspended over this if they access the internet. And the only other point that I want to bring up, I know we're saying, the staff has to implement this, right? Because they're going to be the watchdogs of this. But there is feedback from students that teachers are on the phone sometimes. So teachers have to model the behavior that we want from children. So that has to be, I think part of it.
Is there anything that legal would like to weigh in regarding this discussion or this policy?
So NISBA provided the policy, and there is discretion in terms of the timeframes for use, what's going to happen, where they'll be stored. There are a lot of operational issues that have to be, especially for those where it's not a total prohibition, but they are permitted during certain times of the day, and they will be stored in certain places. So the policy is more of a framework,
Right,
and it's a lot of fill in the blanks
right.
in terms of what do you do, when are they permitted, when are they not permitted, and where are they going to be stored when they're not permitted.
Right, and that was a big
So-
part of the conversation that we had in the policy committee, I'm sorry, Megan, that we had in the policy committee, that when we looked at all the fill in the blanks, we discussed it for a period of time, but we realized we were not able to really provide a clear answer. That's why we kind of pulled back.
I guess, I guess we should bring it up, Lisa, so the board can decide on that, just like we did with the 3 to 5 years, let the board decide the
So
route that we want to go.
Yeah, we just have to put things in and just bring it back to the board.
So just on the survey, with your response, Dr. Talbert, it sounds to me that the survey could be tailored to address the staff and not the same question go out to the parents, right? I think my concern when I saw this draft survey was, why are we asking the parents this? And, maybe instead the board considers a district statement advising parents who may not be aware yet of what's to come, right? That there's a cell phone ban in X grades and just some specifics of what's to come. And the board is working through developing a policy for this pilot year. And please show up on June 16th and whatever other day, we're going to do our first and second readings and weigh in on it. And just put it out there to see and get some involvement. And it kind of goes back to my comments on the AI. I just jotted down disruptive technology committee. Disruptive technology, right? I mean, obviously cell phones are a huge detriment to attention span. And, AI is right there in there. And, kids nowadays are just going to go to ChatGPT and get the answers that they need. I see it in my career with junior engineers. Oh, I'll just ask ChatGPT. So it's, maybe, again, I just said it again, maybe that's a committee that we want to foster for next year, of just to see how is it going, because it's not going to go exactly right this first year. And we're going to need to figure it out kind of as we go.
So to Dr. Talbert and Lisa, can we meet one day next week so that we could get it on the 18th?
So
Put it
Dr.
up on the
Talbert's
18th?
getting ready to say something.
To Megan's point, like question number 11, which classroom storage options would be most useful to manage devices? and it lists those options. So in order for the board to really develop a robust policy, you need data, you need information back from those who will be implementing it. So the purpose of this survey is to provide you with the data so that you can fill in the many blanks that are required in the policy. And so if we're looking at the 18th, the intention is to release the survey no later than tomorrow so that information can be provided for you, because there are blanks that must be filled in unless the board is just going to fill that in.
Well,
So
we-
to-
So just quick, I'll be quick,
ahead,
but
Pam.
so I just said like, should this just go to staff?
So-
And then we did carry in the budget for this year, the cost for pouches. So we
Yes.
sort of set a baseline.
Well, that was what everyone was assuming that would be the best way to perhaps store them, but there are so many options that the policy allows the district to choose. So we have to choose. And on the elementary level, you're not choosing because they're banned, they're not supposed to be brought. But if one is brought, then what is the procedure to store it until, does parent pick it up? Does kid get it at the end of the day? What are those procedures that we need to walk out? And our staff need to have input in that so that you can make informed decisions about what the policy would look like and sound like.
So maybe, go ahead, Caroline, though.
So several things. One, I read through the survey a few days ago quickly, so I don't call everything, but it seems like, a mixture of how do you feel about the law questions, but also fill in the blank questions as we actually have to implement a policy. So to that, I would say a survey that just focuses on the fill in the blank questions that would give us data, I would completely support that. All districts are going through this, so I don't think the burden's going to be exclusively Amityville's to explain to, the community, we have to now come into compliance. Like, a lot of that work is just going to be done in general among society. The work of disaggregating the data of surveys is a lot, and we had spoken briefly a long time ago. We don't have a subscription service, do we? Like to SurveyMonkey? See, we've been putting out so many surveys this year with good intentions, but I feel like it's getting into the realm, would it be cost effective to have a subscription to say, okay, because this is going to take a lot of work on admin.
So I do like the idea of maybe just sending it to the staff and just holding it off for the parents at this point in time. And if we do send it to the parents, maybe just make only select questions to the parents, make it slightly different that what the parents get versus what the employees of the district get.
So several staff and I went through it and ensured that the verbiage was good for parents and staff. There will be several messages that are going to have to go out to parents. This is just one of them to ensure that they completely understand. So we'll be doing building-based messaging, district-wide messaging, on a continual basis to make sure everyone's clear and understand. But we're just trying to get some baseline data so that we can know how to forge ahead to make some wise decisions.
But just to jump on that, we have some trustees saying just to send it to staff, so maybe we should, I don't know if you want to do a roll call, or Lisa, just to determine what direction we want the superintendent to do. Do we want 2 separate surveys? One for parents, one for staff, just for staff, and a notification, like an announcement to parents? So can we go through that so that there's clear direction?
So what does the board want to do? Do you want it just to go to employees of the district and remove the parents / guardian?
I'm good with the surveys going out to both. That's fine.
Juan?
Yeah, I second that.
Wendy?
I think it's okay if it goes to parents, but I think there has to be separate separate questions. I agree with separate questions.
Megan?
Well, the way it's written, seems like a staff survey.
Carol?
comfortable with it going out to both. I think it's an excellent tool to get a pulse on the situation so we know how to move forward. I would also like to see this go through our shared decision-making teams. I think that's an excellent source within the buildings to discuss rollout and, get input from administration as well as our teachers.
Caroline.
I guess it's fine going out to both, again, if it's just the questions are pertinent to things we actually have to, the fill in the blanks.
Yeah, I'm okay with both. All right,
So is it, just taking a little
let's go to
count
both.
here. Oh, where the board is.
Let's go to both.
I have going for both, but are the questions going to be different? That's as there was going from, there were two going for both as is, then a third going for both as is, then there were different questions, right? That like going for both, but different questions. So I just,
I
in
don't know
terms
that we
of
can decide right now.
a
We'd have to go through them
consensus,
all.
do you want to have different questions going for
I
both?
would want different questions. This one, I agree, does seem more for staff.
I think at this point, I'll just
So,
leave it.
so is there a motion, my suggestion is to have a motion and a second and a decision.
Can I make a motion? I'll make the motion to have the survey be sent out the way that it is. We'll do that first. Have a motion to send the survey out the way that it is. So
To both.
to both. We'll do that first. Have a motion for that.
Second.
So LJ's first, Carol Seehoff is second. Do I have to amend the agenda to add this? Right. All those in favor of sending out the survey as is? That's what the vote is for right now, sending out the survey as is.
No.
Hold on, I got, so, Carol, yes. Who said no?
Wendy.
Wendy, no. Yes for me. Leslie Kretz, yes. Who else?
One, no.
Juan, no.
I'm a no.
No.
No. All right, so the survey is not gonna go out the way that it is. All right, so
Can I make a motion that this goes
let-
out to just staff?
that's what I'm getting ready to do next.
Okay, so can I just elaborate on something? When you say as is, that means with the questions as is,
Right.
everything presented the way it is.
Right, exactly.
I think a little more thought has to go into the questions. I don't mind it going to staff as well as parents. I just think the questions need to be a little bit more thought out.
All right.
Can
so-
I,
All right, so,
we can still discuss this on the 18th, have a first reading of whatever policy is working its way through the pipeline, and also send a survey out to teachers and parents after that first reading, which would allow the board to have more time to review the questions so that they're more targeted. I don't agree that the survey has to go out before, like, by the end of the week so that we get the feedback before the 18th.
so the survey is not gonna go out. So it's gonna go back to Dr. Talbot and then she has to look at making any revisions. to it.
So the hope was to get the feedback from staff before they leave. So going back to revise it, you won't likely have the information that you would need to have by the 18th.
And I understand, and I'm okay with that. I would like to have it eventually, but I think it's too tight a time frame.
Well, also what's gonna happen is gonna affect us as the policy committee as well, a little bit.
But I don't
think it
I don't
will.
agree with that.
I don't
yeah.
think it will.
Okay.
Can we?
So I just, if it's as is to staff and fill in the blanks to parents.
I need more time to come back and read this. This kind of like
Alright.
came at the
Alright, so-
last minute
Sorry.
on a lot of other stuff, and I don't want to sign off on it without
All
giving
right,
it
so
more reading.
we're gonna move along.
Wait a second, I asked if the policy committee can meet next week to do the cell phone policy. if
I
we
have
can
to
meet
just look
today.
at my calendar. So
Okay,
I have, yeah, I don't have my calendar with me,
Okay,
so I can email you and let you know.
okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Yes. So I'm going to move away from the policy committee. And I'm going to agenda item 2C1. Have a motion for agenda item 2C1, please. Leslie Kritz. Can I get
Second.
Megan Messman is second? Any discussion on this item?
I would like to say something. So this transpired because there was a lot of chaos over transportation around the budget season. And I think that it came out of a good place because there were a lot of upset parents. There was a lot of misinformation going out, not accurate information going out. So I think it started in a good place. However, it's been resolved, right? So Mr. Spence has proven to be an excellent director of transportation. He has communicated with parents. He's very responsive to parents. I am not in favor of this anymore, being that everything was resolved. I think that the board shouldn't abdicate its authority to the community. While I understand you want to engage in the community, I don't think that they could really make informed decisions, as there might be confidential information that comes into play. Maybe, you know, things with students, incidents with students, or with staff busing monitors and so forth. So I don't know that fully informed decisions will come out of this. It might give the appearance that we're trying to engage, but ultimately it might not be what we want it to be. And I think the budget committee was a good example of that. Just to echo what the speaker said, is at the end of the day, the budget committee wanted transparency and to get more information sooner. I mean, that seems to be the trend, which is a good trend. So I don't find this to be necessary. So I am not in favor of this.
Any other comments on this item?
Yes, can I just ask, what is the board's hope to get out of this?
It was an idea that came, I think Wendy brought it up as having.
It was to get the community to buy in,
Right.
like to get the community to be part of it, because I don't know if you were following, but it was chaotic and people were very upset. So we were trying to say, okay, like what should we do here? How do we get people involved so they feel like their voices are heard? But now it's been resolved. We had a proposition that passed. People were heard and it's been resolved.
Right,
Can
I just wasn't sure if the hope or basically the charge would be to find more efficient routes, or to, you know, we like this bus service better than the other as an opinion. If this has been resolved, then it's not needed.
It's been resolved. I
Okay.
agree. I don't
All right.
find it
It's been
necessary.
resolved. I
Caroline, did you want to say something?
Well, yeah, I could see if in 5 years when we're up for another contract, if there's another question, that would be the time to have a committee. I guess I just want to throw some love to the budget committee because people
They did
said,
good.
well, I appreciate the work that they did and the fact that we have to approve a budget every year. I don't think we should just,
I think they should stay.
I agree with that. I think the budget committee should stay, and just because the first year, it was like a pilot year. You didn't get everything you wanted as fast as you wanted, but that was acknowledged, and I hope that every year the budget committee gets better as an annual committee that continues to meet. But for transportation, it's a lot of work to meet with committees and, you know, keep them going. So I'm not a fan of adding more work if you don't have to. So yeah, I don't think we need the transportation committee either, but I do think we need the budget committee.
All right, all
So
those in,
I jotted down that we need the transportation policy updated. But I also agree it's not necessary for the
Yeah,
committee. Thank you.
Mr. Spence had created a draft policy. I had asked for it to be brought to the policy committee, but it wasn't. So hopefully, if we do meet next week, maybe we could add that to that.
okay, all those in favor?
Favor of what?
We're still on 2C1.
So in favor of adopting the committee?
Exactly.
So no.
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 It fails. Well, no. So you just have to make sure that you record all our names as known. Can I have a motion for agenda item 2C2, please?
Motion.
So Megan is first. Carol Seehoff is second. Any discussion on this item?
Yes. I've never seen this on the agenda before. If this is the law, New York State Archives do this. Why is this a board item for the board to approve? It automatically has to be done to comply with the law. Why is it a board item? It's never been on the agenda before. I've never seen this.
There is a provision in the law that provides for a board resolution to destroy the ballots.
I went back through our resolutions. I didn't see it on previous years.
I don't know why it wasn't put in previous years, but it's pursuant to education law. There's a board resolution to destroy the ballots. That the LGS provides the retention period of a year, but the education law provides for the board resolution.
So this
Okay.
was not brought up by a board member.
Yeah,
It was
this
brought-
is not, the
I'm
board did not recommend this. The superintendent recommended
No,
this because it's under,
superintendent- No, she did not
who
recommend, it,
recommended this? It says recommended by the board.
but it came from.
This did not come
Oh.
from the superintendent.
It says
This is a-
recommended by the Board of Education. So who recommended this? The clerk consultant.
Yes, she did. Because she was just saying that it had not, she was the one who brought it up. so that's
Okay,
why
so
I
it
wanted-
should be, so the point is, it wasn't done in the past, but now that it's been done, we should know that this has to be done every year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What's the retention doesn't seem, it's 6 months?
It-
There was
the re-
different
the re-
retentions noted in the resolution?
The retention is a year. So there are slight inconsistency between the education law. It says it's destroyed 6 months after a board resolution, which has been interpreted to mean that after the election, the board passes a resolution, and then the ballots are destroyed 6 months from that time. But we recommend waiting the entire year period under the retention.
Okay, I have one more question. The last line here says that the Board of Education hereby orders unsealing and opening of the ballot boxes. And so it's just the ballot boxes. We're not doing anything with the actual ballots. I just want to make sure. You're going to open the box. How are you destroying these, by the way? Like, is it going through a shredder?
They're shred.
They're
I
shred.
believe they should be shredded.
They're shred in-house at the
I
district
don't know,
level?
I don't take care of this.
Oh, Dr. Talbert?
Each summer, there is a shredder truck that comes to the district
Okay.
to shred all confidential information. So I think she's trying to meet the deadline to have these shredded when the truck arrives.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. We're going to go to the June 18th agenda, then we're gonna come back. So we're just gonna go to the June 18th agenda. And I'll start with, any questions on the 1C, 1 through 3?
I don't
No.
have any questions on these, but I would like to request a curriculum presentation be included. A curriculum presentation. I don't know how I would state it, but I'm thinking of, I'd like to have an understanding of the gaps that were identified this year and the plans to close the gaps. We've had discussions over this past year, in particular on like the social emotional curriculum ruler and replacing that. I truly don't know what the plan is. So I don't think that these recognitions would take all that long, so I would like to request that we include a curriculum presentation.
Dr. Talbot? Megan was requesting a curriculum presentation for June 18th.
So what I was saying, Dr. Talbot, is like to have an understanding of what was learned this year as your teams are reviewing the gaps in, educational performance, student achievement, and, what is the plan to close that gap? How are we addressing that moving forward? There is a shift in the science coming into Park Avenue next year, just to have like more of a comprehensive presentation and understanding of the plan for next school year. And we also had those ruler surveys sent out and, I am not in understanding of what the proposed recommendation is for next year, in particular on the social emotional curriculum.
So just be aware that the Seal of Literacy, we have about 30 students who will be recognized. And then for the National French exam, it's not as many. Normally 4 presentations is not received well. So that is why we left it to 3. If it is the pleasure of the board to want an end of the year curriculum presentation, we can provide that.
Is it just to give out certificates?
It's to acknowledge them for the work they've done and to present them with certificates.
Okay.
So does the board want this presentation at the next meeting, at the June 18th meeting?
I support that.
I think it would be a good idea. I mean, we really don't talk about academics that much. I think it's a good idea. And I understand in July, for example, there's already other presentations, right? I mean, we have the professional development plan presentation. I mean, obviously you have the reorg meeting. Then you have other presentations already planned for the second July meeting. And then do we only meet once in August? So it's kind of the end of the year. What did we achieve? What did we see? What did we learn? What are we gonna do differently?
Is there room on the July agenda at the second meeting?
Well, maybe you should do it as an end of the year thing with the
No,
curriculum.
I'm just
That
asking,
might be-
is there room on a July agenda to do it there? Not at the-
You're not
I
gonna
don't
get
know,
audience
but,
participation in that.
Mary, I know that's a very broad topic to just label something a curriculum presentation. Do you feel that that should be broken
Well,
down?
I think it, go ahead.
It should be broken down into several different presentations. Because the board is asking not only for curriculum, but asking for how we closing gaps, achievement, what's being learned. I mean, we're talking about a lot of different topics right here.
So I understand that we're asking what the learnings were this year from the assessments that we've done. I would be able to address that and talk about what our plans are moving forward to close any gaps that we've identified. I would be able to do that in broad strokes for each of the curricular areas. And then if we needed more detail, those would have to be more specific presentations.
So maybe we
Okay.
start with that one, and then if the board identifies they want moving forward.
Right, so is the board okay with the presentation at the June 18th meeting?
Yes.
Fine with that. Lisa, if I can also say
So,
that,
hold on a second, I just want to make
Okay.
sure everyone, Carol and Caroline.
I said yes.
Yes.
Go ahead, wait,
sure,
hold on.
just something, a suggestion from my end. I wouldn't mind having a presentation not only on academics, but also the state of our finances in, and in an increment. Basically, going into this new school year, maybe not finance, because we do that leading up to the budget, but academics, what are the, I think we kind of do it already. What are the goals? What were some of our shortfalls? What do we hope to accomplish? And then maybe even a mid-year follow-up, if that's worth it, if that's possible. And also mid-year follow-up presentation from our finance department might be worth it, just to touch base on a couple things in public. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. I like the suggestion about the finance.
We still don't have a date for our Abrams to come in yet, do we?
Yes, it has
Oh,
not been
nice.
confirmed, but it has been requested for the July 16th meeting.
Okay.
And actually, Mr. Snyder had a financial presentation that he wanted to present on tonight, but we knew we had a lot going on as well, so we can incorporate that soon. R.S.
So the hope-
Abrams.
The hope is for July 16th.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, so going on to reviewing the agenda, because so for the minutes, I did receive an email today from Eileen with 2, 4, 6, like almost 8 different sets of minutes. So what I'm gonna ask is if there's anyone that would like to assist, and maybe I can send like 2 sets of minutes to different board members. to
I'm
take-
happy to help.
Okay,
Because
Yes,
they,
I can.
we haven't had since April, right? So they probably go back
Yeah,
to April.
yeah,
Okay.
so okay, I'll send like
So
2
just
sets.
send it. Can you just send all of them?
I think it'll probably be a little bit easier if there's just one person coming back with information. That's just my recommendation. It makes it easier for Eileen and for Lynn just to hear. Because if you make something, I make something, Wendy, if there's 4 different people, what do they change? So if you, that was just saying, I was looking for help. So if I send out 2 to 3 per person, then we can knock them out and get them back to her. All right?
Did you volunteer?
You may- yeah.
Sure, I'm happy to review
Yeah,
all
I'll
of
help
them.
too.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. We can done quicker. Okay. I think we kind of went through the policies.
Well, the policies, I wanted to comment, like, so I think that we have to have on here, public use of facilities first reading, agenda first reading, minutes first
Yeah.
reading, flag first reading, then contracting professional services second reading,
Mhm.
artificial intelligence second reading, and then the last 2 first reading. Those have to just be listed out.
Okay, I'm making a note here. All right, for the student ex officio board education members, I do want to say that NISBA does have some information on the website that I can download, and I can ask them to put into board docs, so therefore the board members can have access to the information that they do have. And I have reached out to 2 other districts and asked them if they would be willing to share what they have put together previously. So once I get that information, I can upload it into board docs. So therefore we can determine what we want to give to our students who are coming in.
That's the first meeting they'll be
Thank
with
you.
us, like that's their in statement.
Yes, but I was gonna meet with them prior just to give them information from this, but they did have the webinar the
Okay.
other day, but also give them that there's a NISBA student handbook, and it hasn't come out yet. It was supposed to be coming out this week. That comes available, I will give them that one as well.
Thank you.
Any questions on 2E 1 and 2? And then I'll jump to 3B 1 through 83. Any questions on any of these items?
I would like to request that the appointments for personnel for the summer program are the teachers that are actually going to be working in a summer program and not just like the pool of teachers. Sometimes we end up appointing a lot of people and then the next day they find out actually who gets the position. So I'd rather just have the list of teachers that are getting the summer appointments. Is that possible to do?
That should be all year round.
Dr. Talbot?
For the RECOPS program, I can definitely tell you that those who are on the agenda are the ones that we intend to have working. It's much more difficult at the high school when we don't know for sure what courses students are going to fail. So the determination of what's offered depends on how their regions go.
So it's easier just to go ahead and put them down and appoint them if we don't need them, that they're not utilized. It's
Correct.
Nothing that we're
And
not.
we do have conversations with them about that as well,
With the teachers that
Right.
have applied.
who will be on the agenda, that it is
And then
based on.
don't get
enrollment.
confirmation until the end of the year and they can't get another summer position.
Correct.
I have a question on the summer positions. Are those recommendations made on a building level and then brought to central?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions under 3C 1 through 4? For 3D 1, I do have a few things, Mrs. Snyder, but I'll send it to you. It's just on there were a couple of things in the report that were negative. And I can find my little sheet here.
Oh, I wanted to know if we could also have an updated appropriation status report.
We did, it did
No.
come.
I don't know that I did either. I don't,
It came in an email.
oh.
Can it be sent home hard copy on a Friday? I mean, I like to have like the finances.
Yeah, I printed it out. We did get it. It goes up into May 30th. So I highlighted the different things. There's a number of things that are negative. So I just need some clarification. So like, there's like a whole list. I'll give it to you. I'll give you my copy. You can make a copy and give it back to me.
Is that something that we could get hard copy before the next meeting, the appropriation status report and up to date in real time? Like, okay, thank you.
All right, and anything on 3E1? A through L. And then 3F1. So, all right, I'm gonna come back to the main agenda. All right, can I have a motion to table, we're back to June 4th agenda. Can I have a motion to table for now, agenda item 2C4 for further discussion in executive session?
Second.
Carol Seehoff is first, Winnie Canestro is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion
So-
for,
Lisa, I have a motion.
no, I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
Oh, you're talking about under 2C.
Under board action.
Okay, go ahead.
Be it resolved, the Board of Education hereby directs the superintendent or her designee to immediately issue a RFP seeking construction management services for the duration of the middle school capital project, with such proposals to be received by the business office no later than 10 a.m. on July 10th.
Second.
Do you have a copy of this resolution that we can all see?
No, but I can describe it again. So the motion that's on the table is that.
Can you read it again, please?
Sure. So
Just read it a little bit slowly.
requesting
Read it slowly, thank you.
that an RFP seeking construction management services.
Hold on, requesting an RFP.
I can email this to you. You don't have to jot it down. It's an RFP for construction management services.
But I want to know what I'm voting on. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the duration of the middle school capital projects, with proposals to be received no later than 10 a.m. on July 10th. So I'm calling this motion. We had extensive discussion about how we were awarding the job. We decided not to include the ad alternate. There was, discussion from community members and the board members as well, with concern of not having a construction manager. I recognize that I'm saying the RFP will be due by July 10th. And the kickoff meeting with the contractor is this Friday, I believe. But it's a 2-year project, and having a CM is critical to ensuring the quality of the work is in compliance with the contract documents. And it helps to protect the interests of the district by ensuring the contractors remain on budget and on schedule. I recognize that the engineer said that they were going to be stopping by twice a week, but I am an engineer and I know what it means to stop by twice a week. So they're not overseeing every day, all of the daily tasks that the contractor is going to be implementing. And that it's a lot for, buildings and grounds to take on top of their workload already. I'm also not aware of a backup plan should we have procurement delays with, unknown tariffs, should we have unknowns in our, existing conditions. So having a construction manager there all of the time to drive the project and to be the eyes and the ears for the district is the motion that I'm calling, so that we issue an RFP, and from there we can decide. But we also have, the potential that, or it's in the state budget that $2 million, a one-time gift of $2 million is coming to the district. So this is not a tremendous lift. And in the long run, it could save the district a lot of money, due to construction delays.
So, thank you, Megan, for, bringing that resolution forward. It really would be nice if, because you put a lot of thought into that resolution. You did an excellent explanation on that resolution. But it really would have been nice if you provided it to the board ahead of time, so therefore we can see it. We can ask any additional questions, because yes, it was something that was discussed at the last meeting, something that I said, kind of makes sense. So it really would be nice just to let us know you're at the agenda setting meeting that took place last week. And at that meeting that I was not able to attend, but you were there with Carol Seehoff and Dr. Talbot, you could have just brought this forward. If you thought
Yeah,
about
I
it
did.
last night, you could have.
So I did, well, actually, what happens is I go back through my notes because I jot down what community members say and I'm preparing for the meeting, and this came up. I said, should we be trying to figure out how to do this? And, the
I
timing is
agree.
not great because we're already going to the kickoff meeting. As
But, I
far
mean,
as
you
the
had
agenda
opportunity-
setting,
You had the opportunity to
did
type it up.
actually.
So if you had opportunity to type it up, you could have sent it out to the entire board. So therefore, at least last night, we had an opportunity to
Well,
take a look at it. So
okay.
even if
Going
it's today.
forward, I can try. I mean, I did do this today,
Because
but
I think that I'm just saying this, and not that I oppose what you're doing, but I feel as if I typed up a resolution and I brought it to the table right here and now, and I did not share it with the entire board, that many people would be upset. And I'm just asking for the same courtesy to give us the resolution ahead of time. That's all I'm asking. Even if you type it up and you make a quick copy and we get it as we're walking to executive session. So therefore we know, then we know before I come out this way, there'll be a motion to amend the agenda to add something to the agenda. That's all I'm asking. That's all.
okay, I can do that. I did do it today. And I do understand from Robert's rules that a trustee, it does have equal, like, we do have the opportunity to call a motion. So I can appreciate your request. And when I was in agenda setting, I actually did ask for the EPC settlement. That wasn't on there. So I just didn't have it at that time. It's an hour meeting during my workday that I go and I do agenda setting and I go through the agenda, 2 long agendas. And I didn't, but yes, Lisa, I
No, I
can,
appreciate it.
going forward. But
And
I
now-
try to do my due diligence in preparing for a meeting, just like I would a work meeting. And I went back through my own notes. And this was just, so I'm not doing it to, upset anybody. It's just a motion.
I'm not upset. I'm just requesting. I'm just
Okay.
requesting.
Okay.
So I do have one question, John, because I want to make sure that it's being done the right way, because we do have to do a motion to amend the agenda to add this to the agenda, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So let's just go back one step. Can I have a motion to amend the agenda to add agenda item 2C5, which is a request for RFP for construction manager?
Move it.
Second.
Motion, hold on, Wendy Canestro, Caroline Fanning, motion to amend. You get this, Lynn, as well? To add resolution.
I just want to
Hold a
interject.
second, for RFP for the construction manager, and if you could give that language to the district clerk, then that will be helpful as well.
When
So-
there have been walk-on items, they are supposed to be uploaded to the agenda, and they haven't been, even after the fact. Because I had gone on the website and checked.
So all those in favor of a motion to amend the agenda to add this item?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 7-0. Now, can I have a motion for agenda item 2C5?
Move it.
Second.
Motion, hold on,
I
Wendy.
think I was the motion.
No, I had to amend the agenda to add it in, so if you wanna,
Donna, go ahead. Go ahead.
so that was Wendy, and then, was it Wendy and Caroline or Caroline, Wendy?
I think I went first.
Okay, Wendy and Caroline. So all those in favor of this particular?
So I just,
Go ahead,
wa-
Wendy.
I just, in terms of your architect's contract, I believe your architect's contract is without a CM. So you have to have a contract with a CM. Okay. And is this coming out of the budget for the project,
That's
capital project?
That's a question on the table. And I know we had previously talked about the impact of a CM altering the architect's agreement that we have with them. And so if this is a viable way that the board would like to go, there are some preliminary changes that should be considered before we say yes. In addition, there were some preliminary conversations. I'm not sure, Snyder, have you been in on those conversations
Some of them.
with Galena trying to get this project covered? Could you elaborate on that at all?
You just gotta speak close, a lot closer to the mic, thank you.
One of the things we looked at based on the board vote at the last agenda to table some of that casework, which was a wise decision. We have to now try and find some of that casework, hopefully at a discounted price, because I think we believe we need to do it. And hopefully with some of the savings on that casework, because it wouldn't be subject to the markups through competitive bidding. It wouldn't have markups for architecture. We would buy it directly off of state and county contracts. So if there is some savings to be realized there, we would have to see if we have enough money to afford a construction manager. If there isn't enough savings for it, then we have to get a construction manager anyway, then some of the casework might not happen. So we're still trying to research that by looking at
So-
county contracts for that.
Okay, so we're saying that the construction manager cost has to come out of capital?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you referencing the H2M agreement? Like, why couldn't it go out to a different, just a CM?
So there are two different versions of the AIA agreement for architects. There's an AIA agreement with a CM or AIA agreement without the CM. If a CM is involved, then the CM will be doing the pencil markup of the
As-built.
contractors,
Mhm.
invoices, then making
okay.
recommendations to the architect. Architect's gonna have the final sign off. So
Mhm.
the agreements are different
Okay,
responsibilities between with a CM or without a CM. So you just have to make sure that right now, I don't remember offhand whether this is I'm assuming it's a without a CM contract. We just have to make the changes to the architect's contract. So there's a coordination between the CM and the architect.
okay.
So it's those, that's possible to do, but you'd have to just letting you be aware of the operational issues involved in getting a CM or not getting a CM. You'd have to change your architect's contract and have a revised contract with your architect to include the CM version.
Okay.
Just kind of, yeah.
I don't know if it's going to delay. I don't know if your
Didn't
architect,
we
if your
put
architect,
out an RFP for a new architect?
well, it's going to have, the architect of record is the architect that's on this project now. So you can't change architect midway. And so if you're gonna change the contract, you're gonna get a CM, you've gotta change the contract.
So just for my clarification, does the communication have to occur with the architect firm first before we can go for a resolution for RFP? So I like the idea of a construction manager. I don't want you to think I don't want it, but I just want to make sure that we're going about it the right way. Because if we voted yes to do this RFP to get a construction manager, but we have not spoken with the firm Does that put us in an awkward position? Does it put any legal position? Does it make any issues, anything like that? Because if it has to come out of the capital project fund, then that's just my question.
So in terms of doing an RFP, and as you said, you can do the RFP, get the responses, and then decide
Mhm.
whether to add it or not.
Right.
And so you can go for the RFP and then make these other changes and see if you have the money and see what's going on with the contract. So you can do it two different tracks.
That's what I want to find out. Okay.
So but I'm just being aware of the operational issues if you go forward with it.
I just wanted clarity on that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this? So all those in favor of RFP for construction manager?
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carries 7-0. Any other resolutions before I go on?
Yes. Can I
So
have a
let's-
motion to amend the agenda to add item 2C6?
Yes, motion.
Cost for a first floor bathroom.
Motion. What's it again?
Just the cost for the first floor bathroom.
Which,
Cost.
for all
Cost.
all the first floor?
Cost for middle school first floor bathrooms.
So all the bathrooms on the first floor?
No, there's one on the map, but
I think they were doing all the bathrooms, so. on the
not
first-
on not on the first floor.
There's just one, but I think there's one by, the one's by the gym and there's,
It's by the gym.
There's
Or the
one on the
cafeteria,
first
by the
floor that's
cafeteria.
not being done.
Yeah, by the cafeteria.
Yes.
Yes.
so what's,
So it's the cost. I'm adding an agenda. Do you want me to call the motion? I was
No,
amending the agenda.
we got the motion. I'm just
Okay.
trying to understand.
Can I, do you want me to?
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead and read what it
Okay,
is.
so be it resolved that the board directs the superintendent to obtain a cost to renovate the first floor girls' boys' bathroom and provide to the board prior to June 18th, 2025.
So cost of renovation of the bathrooms near the gym, because there's,
It's outside the cafeteria.
Right,
By
that's-
the
that's-
locker room, yes. There's one girls' and one boys' bathroom on the first floor that are not part of the contracts.
That's
It's
what I'm
like a
trying to clarify.
bathroom upgrades project. And we didn't, those bathrooms are probably the most used, most visible. It was embedded in a different ad alternate that included, for some reason, the stairwells and the hallways on the third floor, the hallway on the third floor. And it was not an ad alternate that could be afforded. And again, I'm not trying to throw anybody for a loop here, but I go back through my notes and I jotted down, community member asks, why the heck aren't you renovating the first floor bathrooms? And so, this resolution is just to obtain what is the cost for just that scope? Because it's embedded right now in a larger ad alternate, and you can't extrapolate just the cost to clean up and renovate the first floor girls and boys bathroom. or the
I just
middle
want to
school.
clarify, the first floor girls and boys
Yeah, they're back
bathroom
to back.
near the gym and outside the cafeteria, because the
Yes.
other first floor
It's on
bathrooms
the
are being
map.
done. Yeah, but I'm making it clear for the public. to
Okay,
understand.
thank you.
You're just asking for the cost.
It's just a cost.
Can I just ask a question? Why don't you just send the request
I know you.
to Dr. Talbot and just ask him? Anyway. All those
Well,
in
no,
favor
that's
of
like
motion
a-
to amend the agenda to add this item? Motion to amend the agenda to add this item?
Second.
Caroline, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those in favor of agenda item 2C6?
Aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry, can I have a motion for agenda item 2C?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any other resolutions? Next one.
2C7. Selection process for interim assistant superintendent of finance and operation.
So the motion to amend the agenda to add agenda item 2C7.
Motion.
Second.
What was the title of it again?
Selection process for interim assistant superintendent of finance and operations.
Read the resolution.
Be it resolved that the superintendent shall provide the board with any and all documentation in connection with the interview process conducted by the selection committee for the interim assistant superintendent of finance and operations. This documentation shall be inclusive of names of all members of the selection committee, standards for moving candidates forward, all resumes and documents reviewed and utilized by the selection committee, as well as individual and final ratings of all candidates. This documentation shall be provided to the board no later than close of business on Friday, June 6th. So I did mention this resolution. I told you in executive session, I'm gonna ask this resolution again. I called it on election night and, we didn't have 7 people there. So I'm asking again for the documentation of the selection process for an understanding of how that unfolded and just for transparency.
Can I have a first and a second, please, for this?
I'll move it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is Caroline. Carol? No. Megan?
Yes.
Wendy?
Yes.
Juan?
Yes.
Leslie? No. All those in favor of this motion?
I thought we just did that.
No, we were just an amendment, we just amended the agenda to add the item, that's all we did.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, so that was just the amending. the
that was
agenda.
just a motion to amend the agenda, yes, that's all it was. And then she read the resolution, that was
So
it.
wait, you're a yes for the amending the agenda, just noted in the motion. I'm a yes for the motion.
Okay, so wait, I gotta get the first and
Do you
second.
want to redo that again? Because I think
And-
they were confused about just
So all
amending.
all I'm just getting is, because the motion was to amend the agenda to add this particular resolution. She read the resolution. The first and second was Wendy and Caroline, so we're just adding it. That's what we're doing right now is adding it.
Okay,
So for adding it, it was,
yes.
right now, so Leslie's saying yes now for adding. I'm saying, I'm okay for adding. All right, so Carol, you okay with adding or no for adding it? Okay. All right, so it's 6-1 for adding. Now we're going to, can I have a motion for agenda item 2C7?
We'll do a roll call.
I need a motion first.
Motion.
Oh, second.
Okay, Caroline Fanning, Winnie Canestro. So it's a motion for agenda item 2C7, right? So let's go with the yes first.
Yes. Yes.
Who was that? Who was that?
Wendy?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Caroline, Carol? I'm a no. Megan?
Yes.
Juan?
Yes.
And Leslie? All right, motion passes 4-3. Any other resolutions?
I
Okay.
have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion to add agenda item 2C8.
Hold on 1 second, please. I can get other page. Okay.
Motion to direct the superintendent to provide the board with job descriptions for each employee shown in the administrative table of organization.
We have all the job descriptions. If you don't have, we have them. If you don't have them, you can say, because it was asked before and we were all given it before. Job description, you're talking about for like all the assistant soups you're talking about?
This
don't-
is this is coming from the executive session discussion about,
I think you're trying to talk about
Yeah,
the
and
duties of individuals.
yeah.
Duties.
So the duties of the positions are in the job descriptions.
Right, and we have gotten the job description. I actually have a folder on my computer where we requested job descriptions and we have them. So that's yeah. Just ask for it.
Right, just ask for it.
You have to
Well,
do-
I'm just coming back after a year. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Yeah,
Can
we
you
just,
send it to me?
I have, yeah.
All right, yeah.
Okay,
please-
so then
please
the,
send-
the question we have said before, so perhaps I'm not getting my phrasing correct, that, because in the past, I've asked for it, trustee Nearing, when he was trustee Nearing, and Wilby has asked for it to get basically the flow chart so that we understand all the positions, both administrative secretaries, so we know who's in charge of what.
I don't think we got that because I remember Chris asking for that of the district to know how many positions were open.
And we just referred to this 2 hours ago in executive session as something that we needed. So,
To just, I don't think
so that's why I think I'm getting my wording wrong here.
Yeah, I don't think I'm understanding your question, because I thought I heard you say you wanted job descriptions for like the assistant superintendent positions. And maybe like, you asked for, I think there was a question for job descriptions that people got, but are you asking for a table of, or I'm not clear?
I've seen the table of organization. I
Mhm.
understand how that all
Okay.
flows. But as far as, which confidential secretaries are responsible for what, how many we have,
So you want the table of organization for district office, for central office.
Right, so it's, I guess it would be the table organization, including central office and the administration at the building level, plus the confidential secretaries that report to
support
each.
staff.
So are we asking for the buildings and district office? I'm just trying to get clarity so I can provide what it is you're requesting.
I think what I want is just central office,
Okay,
not the buildings.
table of organization for central office.
Yes.
Along with you asking, like, for example, what is the job description of the confidential secretaries within that building? Maybe responsibilities of the people in the, like the business secretaries. or
Yes, including district clerk.
We have the,
That's been forwarded. to
yeah,
me.
we have the.
I
job
think you're
description.
asking for
include
everything
it.
at once,
I'll
though. We
include it.
want everything in one thing to review.
Yeah, not like individual job descriptions in a stack, like a more comprehensive flow chart so you can understand, like a schematic of like how many we have and what the support is for the understanding of how like responsibilities are distributed.
Okay. I'll move it.
So do we need the resolution? Because we're gonna get it.
Well, I
Well,
think.
we've been asking for it, casually for months, but it hasn't, it's still not there. I still don't have what I feel that I need to understand who's responsible for what in central administration.
Okay.
So by doing it through a formal resolution, it formalizes the request.
If you'd like to do it through a resolution, you can. Oftentimes, there's lots of talk and requests along the way. If we just make it clear what you want, and I'm clear on what you want, I can provide it. So my clarity on your request is a table of organization flow chart of district office, administrative, clerical support, and responsibilities of each. Right?
Correct.
Okay, I can provide that.
Thank you.
All right.
So do we need the resolution for this?
Well, it's a
it's not-
resolution, so let's make a motion. I make a motion.
Hold on a second. We're still at, what's on the table right now is amending the agenda to add this item. That's what's on the table. So,
Yes.
so hold on. So everyone's clear what the resolution is for amending the agenda. So all those I didn't get a first and second. I need a first.
Move it.
Carolyn, all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? And now can I have a motion for agenda item 2C8?
Move it. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, Wendy, Canestro, and Megan. All right, so let me just go down the line. Caroline, you said yes. Carol? Megan,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Juan,
Yes.
Leslie. All right, motion carries 7-0. Any other resolutions?
I have another one. Motion to amend to add agenda item 2C9.
Have a motion, yeah. So-
Motion, but is there a title?
What's the title?
Motion that the Board of Education hereby directs the superintendent of schools to abolish the position of Assistant Superintendent of HR for the purpose of restructuring. The superintendent or her designee shall perform the duties of the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
All right, so have a first on that, please.
I'll move it.
Motion.
So it is to abolish the HR assistant super for HR position.
Can I just say something? I really am asking my fellow board members for a professional courtesy with some of these resolutions. Carolyn just stated a resolution, and even before she finished what she was saying, Megan was about to confirm the motion, which tells me that she knew about it. There has got to be a professional courtesy where everyone knows what's about to happen. There's time to think about it. It's obvious to me that there are certain board members that know that resolutions are going to happen. This is not the way a board should operate.
I'm going to jump in a minute. So Robert's rules does allow for this, and we are governed by Robert's rules. And certainly, there'll be times where it might happen in the middle of a meeting, things come up. As Megan said, I do the same thing. I go through notes. It should be noted that it's not, while a board should be able to work collaboratively together, I think it's evident the fracture that's in this board. There is limited trust. And there have certainly been times when we have asked for things to go on the agenda that have not happened. And when that doesn't happen, the trustee has the right to come forward. And if this has been our experience, being almost a year, we have to be effective board members to represent the community as elected officials to get the business done. We are doing everything within our elected responsibilities and roles. So to say that we're not professional, we're more than professional. We have stayed above board, and certainly that is not always the case.
So I just, go ahead.
Can I say something because Lisa had said it before? I think it would just be.
Just speak more to the mic.
I think it would just be
A little bit more.
respectful. So, I think it would be respectful if we knew about the resolutions before. That's all. And I understand where you're coming from the notes and this, but just not even, we don't even have to discuss it, but just let us know beforehand, before we come out here. You three apparently knew the resolutions. We did not. And it would be nice to just know it, just know what's coming. That's all.
Well, I do understand that, Leslie, and I appreciate that. There have certainly been times where, we've walked into meetings where there's tons of people, where some trustees seem to be aware of it with coordination of coming up to the microphone. So I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it. But, to act like this is just, us trying to do things. We're just trying to get the business of the district done. That's really what this comes down to. I would like to move the district forward. I'd like to get it done. It would certainly be easier if we made a request and the correct, and it would get on the board agenda. But I have sent emails that have gone unanswered sometimes for 2 weeks, for days, sometimes never answered. That is not respectful. That is not professional.
I would just like to request that if there is a request, then we're up to the 9th resolution right now. Just put them all down in an email and say, then that way you can come in and you can say, look, I sent a request for 9 different resolutions or 9 different things that I would like. This is the same way that you're writing up the resolution, you're giving the reason. So obviously we can't have a discussion about it via an email, but you can just say that this is my resolution, this is my request. I'm gonna bring it up at the meeting. I'm respectfully requesting that we discuss it, so therefore we can get this information, so it doesn't have to come as a resolution. That's all I'm asking as we move forward.
But the
Yeah,
problem
and
is,
then-
the problem
But
is
I'm
that
not
people give
finished
their,
yet. I'm not
people
finished
give
yet.
their
But
opinions in
Wendy, but
emails.
I'm not finished yet. And then I'm just gonna say, in regards to this particular resolution, there was some discussion that occurred in executive session that we may have to continue in executive session. But one thing I think I can say, and if, John, if I'm going down the wrong road, then please stop me, that before we abolish a position, we need to know what the structure is going to be. So we're gonna abolish a position, not knowing who's gonna be responsible for what. And there's a couple things. There's been change upstairs in the HR where we had two seasoned individuals that were there that were very knowledgeable, right? Those people retired maybe 2 or 3 years ago. We had someone down in the finance area that was very knowledgeable. She left, right? So now we're in a situation where in restructuring, and I think we're all okay in looking at that. It's not that we're not okay with it. I'm okay with looking at restructuring. I am, but I'm not okay with abolishing
Several
a
trustees
position.
just voted no to sharing information that would help us make an informed decision with regards to restructuring.
Let me finish. So when we need, before we abolish a position, we need information. They need to look at who's gonna cover what. And so that's what I'm just referring to, is that once we get the information, then we can say we're not gonna have this position anymore. But I don't support doing that without any clear information.
I just want to say one more thing. When you said just send the email and nobody has to say anything, there has certainly been trustees who give their full opinion by email, which they're not supposed to be doing. So we can't sit here and present to the audience that this is very simple to send an email, guys, and nothing's going to happen, when there are rude, personally attacking emails that are not professional. Like, I'm sorry that this has to come out, but this is why we have to do this business like this. We are trying to move the district. All we are doing is trying to do the business of the district.
And so,
And we all have our vote, and we can all.
Caroline, just very quickly, everyone wants that information for the table. No one voted against that. For the chart, no one voted against it.
Okay, I retract that, my apologies. The thing that I was going to say before, and again, John, redirect me if I'm getting off in the wrong conversation. A lot of this was, we were discussing, I didn't know I was going to put the resolution out. I was considering it, but based on how our conversation in executive session went, here I am putting it forward. We often get information not as quickly as we request with regards to resumes, interviews, whatnot. So, and different people have different work schedules. I could take you at your word, Lisa, and come up with an idea for a resolution midnight, 2 nights before a meeting, and send it out to everyone, and then have a 12-hour workday, and not be able to volley if there is any follow-up via email. And personally, I don't want to, based on the tone of the way some of those email exchanges go. So if the understanding is, okay, I'm just going to launch the resolution at midnight on Monday, and the first discussion is going to be either in executive session or public, I can do that.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
And
So I just want to be clear. So you're obligated to post on the website your resolutions prior to the meeting if they're created prior to the meeting. So as soon as practicable, after the resolution is created, it should be posted. So the open meetings law doesn't require an agenda, but it does require the posting of documents that are going to be considered at a board meeting, that are going to be the subject to discussion, including resolutions. So if you have to take your example, if you have a resolution that's draft drafted on Monday, it should be, to the extent practicable, posted before the meeting, so the resolution is available for the public, so the public is aware of what's going to be discussed at the Board of Education meeting. With respect to motions such as this that come out of executive session, there's no obligation to post that meeting because this is something that just came out of executive session. So in terms of the resolutions, the open meetings law doesn't require an agenda. The board policy requires an agenda and has its process for creating agenda and posting the agenda and amending the agenda. But the open meetings law does require the posting of documents, including resolutions that are going to be discussed at the board meeting as soon as practicable after they are created.
Well, can I say something to that? So thank you for providing that information. And I would be in agreement with Caroline if we're going to give a resolution, as long as nobody's discussing it with their snide comments and we're just giving resolutions, no problem. The other thing is that I've sat in plenty of meetings over the past 5 years. There have been walk-on agenda items, and one comes to mind, the renaming of a track. Certainly somebody must have known about that. That came on last minute, that 2 trustees didn't know about it. And, it's coming up. Nobody opposed it then. Nobody said, don't say it then, but now it's because it's us, it's coming out. We certainly can do that. If it is, send it. There's no comment, we'll discuss it. But these walk-on agenda items have not just been happening now. It has been happening over the course of 5 years. And sometimes it might happen that, even like for appointments, there wasn't always a blank where you fill it in the blank. It was walk-on items. And certainly I've been in meetings where I'm like, oh, here's another walk-on agenda. So I just want to point that out. This is nothing new to this board to have walk-on agenda items.
So it's not a matter about a walk-on item, but at least we.
Right, so so you just sent to me a policy, a proposed policy to amend your agenda. And part of that policy revision speaks about resolutions, right? And so that's why this issue is something that, and the board, my recommendation should be addressing through policy, right? Because you have that policy includes something about resolutions, but it also describes business items ahead that should be provided when you're making the agenda. So, which is the issue with that policy, and that is that policy has got to be in compliance with the open meetings law. While why this issue is coming to the fore, right? That policy that is been sent to my office for review has a provision that speaks about having resolutions sent prior to the
Well,
meeting.
it said when possible, right? When possible.
right.
But here's the thing though, John, too, is that, sometimes things come up, or if we can't get something on an agenda, I know in the beginning, I tried often asking for things to go on the agenda. They never did. So it's up to the trustee that if I want to get business done, Robert's rules allows it.
Right, but
If
I'm
they're,
saying
if
that-
they're obstructing it, then I have to be able to do the board of the business.
Well, Robert's rules permits it, but the open meetings law requires that it be posted, right, in public as soon as practicable after it is brought. So if you're reviewing the agenda and you have a resolution to add to the agenda or prior a couple of work days, according to Bob Freeman, if it's a few work days, you have that resolution a few work days before the meeting, that should be posted either on the agenda or in public, so that the public is aware of the resolutions that are going to be brought to the Board of Education and reviewed and discussed at the board meeting. So you are correct that Robert's rules permits it, but the open meetings law requires that it be posted
Okay, so when possible, we'll send it.
when practicable.
So right now, we're at just amending the agenda to abolish this position.
Move it.
No, we already did it.
Oh,
I got
sorry.
Megan and Wendy. So all those in favor of abolishing
Aye.
the position?
Aye.
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 Hold on, Megan, Caroline, Carol?
I think it's just too premature at this point and too much work has to be put into thinking about restructuring.
I thought we're just doing the vote now.
But go ahead,
So
go ahead,
I
Carol.
am a no at this point.
So Megan, I got you. Wendy,
Yes.
Juan,
Yes.
Leslie,
No.
and I'm a no. Have a motion for agenda item 2C9, which is abolishing the HR position. That no, all we did was just amend the agenda. Yep.
I'll move it.
Hold on a second. That first vote was just to amend the agenda to add it. That was it. And there was a long discussion that took place. Now we're coming back to the actual motion, which is abolishing the HR position.
Yes.
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 All right,
Yes.
so, hold on a second, Because I gotta get, because Lynn has to get as well. So motion to abolish the HR position. So Caroline,
Yes.
Carol. No. Megan,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Juan,
Yes.
Leslie,
No.
and I'm in. Motion passes 4-3. Any other resolutions?
Yes. Motion to add agenda item 2C10.
Hold on 1 second, I gotta get more paper. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Motion that the Board of Education schedule a date for council interviews, and that we set aside June 16th and or June 17th for such interviews.
We have a motion to amend this agenda to add this item.
Move it.
Wendy is first, and Megan is second.
Second.
All right, so this is just for council interviews, you said June 16th?
To set aside June 16th and 17th.
And what happens if we're not available on one of those days? Can we pick other days?
I'm putting this motion out there because I think it's our last, the latest opportunity and the earliest opportunity to make a decision before the June 18th meeting, because I think it's important that we have the new council, if it is new or council, our established council for the reorg meeting. So
Well-
June 18th is our last opportunity before the reorg meeting. So proposals are due Friday. It'll take a week for the packets to be compiled, sent to the board for us to review them.
Right.
And then we have the Monday and Tuesday before our final meeting, before the reorg meeting.
But what I'm saying, if we're not available on.
Well,
what- can we-
I
can we
did
pick another
email
day?
this.
I know.
I sent an email out
I know,
and I
that's
got
why-
rather,
no responses because.
I
I didn't get
responded.
no responses.
I
I
responded.
got different responses. So now I'm discussing it in public through a motion.
So right now, we're just amending the agenda to add this item. Go ahead.
I would like to wait until our new elected trustee is on our board before we decide on our attorneys.
I agree.
My opinion.
I agree. I feel that Mr. Neering should definitely be part of this process moving forward.
Even though we just appointed pages of coaches that are to be appointed for the 25-26 year, even though we just approved an agenda for the next meeting for special education contracts for the 25-26 year, the inconsistency and the convenience to only do certain things, to follow certain things is astounding.
I would add to that, that last year there was a rush to make an appointment to fill a vacant seat before the three of us who were elected were installed.
Thank you.
And I must also add that, Wendy, it was actually your recommendation that positions like this, wait until the new board is together to make the decision.
I certainly said that, and wow, that's the first time Carol Seehoff has ever agreed with me in 5 years.
There's no
So
reason to
let
be-
me say that while I do agree, I do say that appointment should happen in 25, 26, since this board, including yourself, has adamantly put their foot down that this always happens this way, and you can do this if we're going to do it, because we've consistently done it with the coaches, and now with the special education contracts, I'm not going to conveniently wait for you to get the majority. Let's do it while this board is here.
So right now, what's on the table is a motion just to add this item. So all those,
Oh, to add the item? We're still having
all
discussion.
we're doing is,
Amending the agenda.
all we're doing is amending the agenda to add the item. So we can
So
keep-
move it.
We can keep talking about it. I'm just saying.
Mm. Okay, second. You
We already have a
better-
first and second.
Okay.
So
then
we're-
my
we're in
comment is-
discussion.
All right, great. So my comment is, aren't we appointing council at the reorg meeting? And didn't this kind of like happen last year when we went out to RFP again for council? After the reorg meeting, we ended up having to extend the agreement so that we could do the interview process and the RFP process. But, so I originally called the motion to go out to RFP for legal counsel purposefully so that we would get the responses and we would have the opportunity to interview and make a decision ahead of the reorg meeting. It was timed for that. Now I understand that it's unfortunate that, we're in this, transition period, but that was the timing of that original motion. That was the timing of, we want the responses by this date so that we would have the opportunity to review it, discuss it, and have legal counsel in place for the reorg meeting.
So my thing is that, and I was going to discuss it tonight. It's probably going to be an executive because there's some names that I need to utilize in terms of my date and my availability. And that's why I did not respond in the email, because I'm not available for one of the dates. So I don't mind doing the interviews, but I'm just not available for one of the dates. So to say the 16th or 17th, that's my problem.
But you're available for one of them.
For one of them,
Okay, so you'll respond by email for one of them?
Yeah.
right? Okay,
so motion to amend the agenda to add this item.
move it.
I mean, it's already there. I
Oh,
mean, the
sorry.
vote, the vote.
Aye.
Okay, Caroline, I'll go down the line. Carol,
No.
Megan,
Yes?
Wendy,
Yes.
Juan.
Yes.
This
This-
is,
this- this
this
just
is just the amended,
Just
the
amend.
agenda.
We're just amending the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, that's all. And I'm okay with amending it. All right, now, it's a motion for agenda item 2C10.
Move it.
Wendy,
A second.
Megan. Now I'm gonna do the same thing. Yes? And no. And the reason I'm no is because I'm not available. So I'm a no. 'Cause I'm not,
Said you're available for one day.
yeah, but not for both, because it says for the 16th and 17th, so that's why. Yeah, so that's why I'm just saying no.
Go down, do a roll call.
I did, Leslie, I'll go the other way.
Say no because I don't have my calendar.
Juan,
Thank you.
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Megan.
I believe so. Yes.
What's the problem? Carol
No.
and Caroline.
Yes.
The only reason I'm no is because I'm not available one of the days. That's the problem.
Can we do it on?
Well,
So
maybe,
the motion
maybe the,
carries.
It
forward.
passed,
I'm
and then
sorry.
if you're available.
can the district clerk send an email tomorrow with both dates and ask for everybody's availability? And can the board please respond, because there are times that the board trustees never respond.
Yeah, because the reason I was gonna do it tonight, because I need to talk about a couple of things in exec, that's why. Any other motions? I mean, resolutions?
I do. Motion to amend agenda to add item 2C11, district mascot. I'm asking for a right? We're up to 2C11?
Yep.
Yep. So I am the first. I'm asking for a second to add it to the agenda.
Motion.
Yeah,
Juan and Wendy, Wendy,
Second.
you just read, okay, Caroline, go ahead. Go ahead and read the resolution so we know what it is.
Whereas the Amityville Union Free School District, the district has historically utilized the name mascot Warriors to represent its athletic teams and school community. And whereas in accordance with the guidance issued by the New York State Education Department, NYSED, and the requirements of the Dignity of All Students Act, and the district has undertaken the task of selecting a new name and mascot that reflects our values, history, legacy, and spirit of the Amityville community. And whereas after careful consideration, the Board of Education has determined that the name, the Crimson Tide, or Tide for short, best represents the district's commitment to excellence, unity, and school pride. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Amityville Union Free School District hereby adopts the Tide as the official name of the district's athletic team and mascot effective June 5th, 2025. In the event that a future state or federal directive allows the district to retain the name Warriors, then the district will retain its ability to revert back to the Warriors. Be it further resolved that the district administration is directed to take all necessary steps to implement this transition. Athletic uniforms should not bear the name of the mascot, but rather bear the letter A or the word Amityville. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education expresses its appreciation to all students, staff, alumni, and community members who contributed to this important process and reaffirms its commitment to fostering an inclusive and respectful school environment. So, Madam President, we have a first and a second. Do we have a consensus to move this onto the agenda?
Before we do that, just any discussion on this
Well, I
item?
think we get it on first and then we discuss.
Yeah, we're up to the vote now. Before we vote, you have to have a discussion.
No, I think we have to get on the agenda first.
This is a vote just to get it on, and then once
It
it's
doesn't-
on the
all right,
agenda.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I mean,
I mean, we've been doing it backwards anyway, because all along we've been.
So it's a motion and second discussion on any.
Right, exactly. It's a discussion.
Second discussion.
We've been discussing all along. Any discussion on this? Any questions on it?
What you just read, Juan, was the resolution that was presented to the board a few weeks ago when
it is verbatim, basically exchanging the word Hawks for the Tide.
So it's just to add it. So adding it is fine.
The newspaper that goes out to the community quarterly says the Tide on it already.
So I'm yes for adding it on. Anyone else? I'll go down the line. Leslie? Juan is a yes.
Yeah.
Madam President, I do have a copy of the resolution if
Thank
you'd
you.
like it.
Yes, that would be nice.
And I'm sure legal would also appreciate it.
Actually give it down, yeah, and we'll give it to the clerk. I'll give it to you after. I'm sorry, Megan. This just to add it to the,
Okay, yes.
okay. Carol,
Yes.
Caroline,
Yes.
so it carries 7-0. Right. So now you have a motion for agenda item 2C11, the district mascot. What
So-
Juan just read.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Juan Leon, Carol C. Hall. I'm going down the line, go the other way. Carol Fanning, we'll start with Caroline Fanning.
I approve.
Carol,
Yes.
Megan,
I think it's the most compelling mascot for the district. We already have the
I'm sorry,
imagery.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
No, go ahead.
there's the imagery of the sailboat. Wendy just noted the newsletter is the Tide. Yes.
I agree. I mean, hearing feedback about the community wasn't involved in this. The community feels a lot of pride in this. We have a lot of the imagery already. I will note that the federal government, I think, has given the governor till June 30th about the mascot ban to come up with something, so we don't know if anything's going to happen about that. But to get ahead of it and to have some sort of resolution, rather than it being open-ended, I support it, yes.
Juan, I know you're a yes.
Yes.
Lovely.
I'm the biggest yes.
And I'm torn, to be very honest.
You gotta vote. Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. I'm just torn. I feel that, I understand your resolution, but I'm just gonna go for no right now.
Sure.
6-1. Any other resolutions?
Yes, Madam President. I propose a motion to amend the agenda to add item 2C12 regarding the addition and alteration plaque from 2020 that was removed from the high school. At the completion of the work that was done by the bond referendum, there was a plaque in 2020. It was removed and put in storage. I think it's a good thing to have it up there just for continuity. You see it in every other building whenever a construction project was done. You can see it in Northwest, Northeast, Park Avenue, even Park Avenue, the extension. It's there and it signifies the end of the construction and when it was built.
Is it, okay,
And
can I just have a first and second on
I'm
this?
first, I'm asking for a
Second.
Okay, so I think what would be helpful is that, oh, you know what? I just want to be able to see the plaque. I don't remember what's
Sure.
on the
Would
plaque.
you like me to pull it up?
Yeah.
Let me see if we can find it.
Because I don't think.
If, can I just ask something? If it's my understanding, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, because obviously
So if I
plaques
can
happen
check
all
that.
the time, that it's a list of the Board of Education and the administration under the bond work that created at that time. Is that correct?
Correct. So it includes a couple things. It includes the time frame of the project when it was done. It includes the Board of Education. It includes the attorneys that were there at the time. It includes the architect. And I believe those are the main components.
And I believe at the time you voted to take it down.
I did.
Yeah, you did.
I did. And you know what? If I can have a heart to heart with you, it's been weighing on me heavy. Because why would we take that down and not do that in other buildings? I was a new board member and that's the way I felt, but it's been weighing on me heavy. So I'm proposing this motion.
I'm a little I don't know the history, but do we assume this plaque is somewhere in storage, or would be just making a replica of the plaque? If you have like an image of what the plaque said, in case they don't have it.
Can you tell us why the plaque was taken down, what the motivation for that was? My understanding was it was political.
Well, there were multiple reasons why the board at the time chose to take it down. I mean, some of you were here as well, so you remember. It's all right. I'm going to find a photo for you so you can see it.
Okay, thank you.
It's already amended. We're having a discussion. Yeah, it's still amended. We're in discussion.
Okay, I found a photo. So
Can you pass?
sure.
I think there was some additional things on there that's
Well, okay. Well, one of the points of contention was which Board of Education should be listed. Those that were here for the bond or those that were here when it ended, when the construction ended. That was one point of discussion.
I think one point discussion was should it be the original board that approved the bond
Correct.
or the ones that's what you said?
Or the ones that finished when the project was finished.
Shouldn't it be the ones that got it passed? Is that who did it? The ones who got it passed?
I don't even recall. No, I believe what's on there is the board that was in place when it was finished,
when it was finished, yeah.
correct?
Honestly, this is really super petty, and I say just put the plaque up.
I think there was a couple, I think the other part too was just to be consistent with what was on other plaques and other buildings. I think that was the other part too.
It's very consistent.
No,
with
there's a couple of things on here that typically is
Like-
not on here.
Like what, for instance?
I don't remember, I have to look at the other plaques.
I've seen the other plaques.
Yeah, so have I. So there's a couple of things that are not consistent, so.
Okay. I think it's very consistent.
So just, yeah. All right, can we just vote just to amend it right now?
Yeah,
All those in favor to amend it?
to approve it going back up? you
No,
mean?
no, just, all we're doing is amending it
The
to,
agenda.
to add it, to return the plaque to the wall.
So this is the vote.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're doing, no, all we're doing is amended to add it to the agenda. That's it.
Okay,
That's
okay,
it.
this is yes to add it to the agenda. Yes, John's back.
Yeah, so am I. It's
She's
getting
telling me
late.
that was approved.
No, it was not passed.
To add,
No, it was not passed. All we did was, there was no vote.
Okay, let's just do it again.
Hold-
to amend the
Time
agenda.
out. There was no vote. Juan did the first, Wendy did a second. Then there was a discussion that occurred, all right? We did not vote. Now we're voting for it. Now we're voting. So, let's go down the line. I'm okay with adding it to the agenda.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
One, Carol, I'm up to you now.
Yes. Good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who am I missing? Leslie. So that passed 7-0. All right. Oh, got to pass it back to Juan. Now we're voting on 2C12, which is to add it back.
Okay.
But the
roll
question
call.
is, are we adding back, do we know we have it? Is it a question of if we have it, it goes back, or does it have to be?
And I don't mind it going back. I just want to make sure that it's consistent with the other plaques we have in other buildings. That's all. So I'm just asking to. That's just me.
Let's just.
So can I have a first? Can I have a
Well,
first with it?
Up first.
I'm second.
Okay. Now, we're going to discuss this again very quickly before midnight. Because we still got to go back in, ladies and gentlemen. So I have no problem looking at this to see that the language is consistent as other plaques and other buildings. And I think there was something that was not the same. And that's all I want to do. So.
But
This is like.
But I
the-
believe it was already approved prior to 2020, and that's how it ended up on the wall.
that
So
makes
let's
sense.
just vote on it.
Yeah, let's just vote on it. Can you do a roll call?
Leslie.
Yes.
Juan.
Yes.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I'm the lone no, because I just want to know what else is on the other plaque, that's all. Any other resolutions?
Yes, Madam President,
Hold on, need more paper.
I am holding for you.
Time out, need more paper.
For tonight, just one.
And I have a couple.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Madam President, motion to amend the agenda to add item 2C12.
No, we're up to 13.
13.
We're 13 now.
I apologize, 2C13. Resolution to terminate the interim assistant superintendent for finance and operations.
So we're amending the agenda. Can I have a vote for this?
Move it.
Second.
Wendy and Juan. We really can't discuss this in public, correct?
Just do a roll call.
All those in favor?
Can you go roll call?
Sure can.
Well, this is
This
the
is
add,
amended.
this is the add.
Oh, this is the act.
Oh, yeah. So
Get it,
I'll
get
I'll
it.
do roll call.
Sorry.
So I'll start the other end. Caroline.
Yes.
Carol.
No.
I'm a no. Megan.
Yes.
Wendy.
Yes.
Juan.
Yes.
Leslie.
No.
Okay, now we're voting for agenda item 2C13. I'm going down the line.
Motion to approve.
I just need a, so that's Juan
Second.
and Wendy. Okay. All right, go down the line again. Leslie. No. Juan,
Yes.
hold on. Wendy,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
no. Carol,
No.
Caroline,
Yes.
okay. Both passed 4-0. Okay. So now, number 14.
Are you done?
That completes.
Number
Okay.
14.
Wait. District clerk.
Juan, Wendy, Megan, and Caroline.
Yes.
Leslie, Lisa, Carol, no. So it fails 4-3. I think I said 4-0. Sorry.
It passes.
No, it
I mean,
passes, it passes
It
4-0.
doesn't fail. Pass, yeah.
Yeah.
I said 4-0. Okay. Next,
Okay, I have a resolution to implement an academic gifted program. Motion or second?
which is where.
Motion to agenda, motion to, I'm tired.
To,
Motion to,
It's the agenda.
thank you, yes. Number 14, motion to amend the agenda. Number 14, resolution to implement an academic gifted program.
I have a second on that, please, someone.
Second.
Explain.
Whereas the Amityville School District does not currently have an established academic enrichment program, whereas Title IV grant may be used for student support and academic enrichment programs. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education directs the superintendent or a designee to apply for Title IV funds to support the implementation of a gifted program in grades 3 through 6 to include criteria for students to qualify.
Any discussion on this item?
So the reason I'm doing this is, I know, student achievement isn't where we want it to be, and we're very focused on raising it. So I feel like, we're teaching to the middle, the bottom, but there's a lot of kids that are high achieving that actually need enrichment to keep them engaged and to provide some further enrichment. And they have it in most districts. I would love to see for this to come to Amityville.
I think a discussion as to criteria has to take place.
Well, perhaps the superintendent or her designee can recommend it, and the board could review it and then approve it or amend it as needed.
There was mention of Title IV in the resolution, so you're saying that the grant would be able to
Be
cover.
grant funded. I looked it up. It says that that money can be used for enrichment programs. Can I
Okay,
get
so the
an-
resolution again is saying like to apply for the funding.
The resolution is to, I guess, Title IV money, which I think we get, right? We already get, and to apply it towards enrichment program and to establish the gifted program and then to come up with the criteria, present it to the board and establish a program.
I think also what would be good is that in the past, we did have a gifted program here in the school. So maybe you find out what happened and why it was taken away. Not taken away.
Well, I don't,
I'm not
I
saying.
know what you're saying for
just-
history's sake, but I
just to
think for
find out like
moving,
what, no, I'm just saying it's like, just to find out why it was taken away and learn from it if it's gonna come back again. That's my point.
okay, so I'm asking if we could vote on this and perhaps they could look into the history of this, but I would like to see a gifted program come to the school district for our children.
So right now, we're just amending the agenda. Everyone in favor of amending the agenda?
Yes.
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 I'm sorry, I have to go down the line again. Okay. Caroline, Carol,
Yes.
Megan, I think you said yes.
Yes.
Wendy, Juan,
Yes.
Leslie, And I'm okay with a yes right now. Now we're gonna vote on agenda item 2C14.
Want to go down the line?
I just, John, do we know whether or not the money can come from that title? Grant, from that? And if we do,
Ms. Stevens, I
and
think,
and if we
knows.
do, and if we do, does it take away from something
Yes.
else?
So I think we are all in agreement. Well, I can't speak for everyone, but we are certainly in agreement for enrichment programming for students. That has been a robust conversation among instructional leaders in the district. Allocating the funding through Title IV is concerning because Title IV funding is already allocated toward something. We would need to discuss the shifting of that. And is there a time frame? Because this would be a budgetary impact based on how it would be scaled into implementation.
I am asking you to come back to the Board of Education with information for implementation and criteria. So whatever you gather, you could bring to the Board of Education to say, Title IV, this is what we have. I'm sorry, I don't have it. John,
So couldn't that just be a presentation that we could do?
no, I think that I'm looking for action. I want things to be applied. I want it to, for the students. I'm really interested in that. And what I find is being on, being in the audience is different, being here is different, but it's, I'm trying to get action so that we could do it. Because what happens is we say next meeting, we can't fit it in. Oh, we'll come back to that. It's very frustrating. So I just really want to help the kids.
If I could weigh in for a second. I mean, we've seen presentations upon presentations talking about the gaps and the shortfalls of our students. We never talk about those students that are doing excellent and achieving so high. You never even think, if we had a program, could they go even higher? I think that's one way to look at this.
If we could just do a roll call.
So I'm okay in looking at the information. I just want to look at the resolution again, because I want to make sure. No, I think I went back the other way.
John has
Can I just look at the resolution? Because
John has.
is the resolution just asking for looking at?
No, it's for the implementation. It says
So if it's for the
implementation.
implementation, then my concern would be, is the funding for it, if it comes from the title for that particular grant, how will that impact the money that may be going to another grant? If, depending on the program that will be implemented, what would that program be? What will be the resources that we may need? So please understand, I am in support of this, but I'm concerned for the language of the implementation. If we're talking about looking at getting the information for the implementation of a gifted program by like for the 2026 school year, 2026, 27 school year, then I support that, because it allows now for the budgeting of it to put it into the budget to make sure that it could take place.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't put a specific date because I thought that there might be time needed to gather the information and to do it. And if Ms. Stevens hasn't done it before, I did have a brief conversation, prior meeting, just asking about it, that, you would have to look into this. I'm not sure it could go for 25, 26. I mean, I would love it, but it may not be possible. But I'm saying we need the implementation of a gifted program.
So do we need to put a time frame on there? Because
John, what is it? Yeah, John, is it possible to do it for 25, 26, or should we do
No,
26, 27?
No, it's in the budget.
I don't know. This is just.
No,
No,
it's
I
not.
think we need to look into it more. So
Okay, so then,
so we can budget for it. We can do it the right way.
It's
Well, but
scheduling,
if
it's
it's-
planning,
Right.
it's
But it's
curricula, it's
also grant-
materials.
but it's grant funded. I know you guys keep saying it's
Yeah,
grant
but then
funded.
getting everything in place. So I'm not saying.
I think, so if I could just say this, I think what my concern is I have sat in this seat and approved a plethora of stipends under grant funds, right? And some have been added stipends, with these positions. This is for students. I feel like this should be a no-brainer. Like, we don't really talk about things that directly impact students. This directly impacts students. I don't want to delay it. I don't want to change the the language. I want it implemented.
So can I also weigh in for a second in the discussion? To me, implementation doesn't have a dollar figure attached to it. Implementation could be planning as well.
But that's why I want to make sure that that's clear, that I want to make sure that's the clear portion of, because if implementation is the planning, then I support it 150%. Because that means
Right. I mean,
but not.
implementation happens in phases. First, you have the plan. I don't expect us to have the funding right away, but at least you have a plan.
And I just want to make sure that that's the clear portion of it.
Okay.
That's my key, because my concern is that when you say implement, and if it does not take place for this year.
There's no
then
time frame on this, Lisa.
I just want to make sure that that's okay. That's the key.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it could happen this year, great. I think that's ambitious. I don't know that it will. I think there's a lot of other things going on. So if it doesn't happen for the 25-26 year, we have a resolution that it has to be implemented. During that time, the board will be kept abreast of the implementation process, right? This is the information we gathered. This is what we have to do. So I think, to Juan's point, that's the thought behind this.
To me, implementation means get the wheels rolling. That's the way I interpret that.
Yeah, that's my plan. John, I got it right from the state ed website. Okay.
I just don't know when it's like a flow through. So it's from the feds to the states and then allocations down to schools.
Okay.
I just don't know the time.
Okay, and just so the board knows, like, this is something that, I really wanted to do for a long time, and I happen to be on the website of, getting ready for this. I just happened to be on work, and I looked on the website, and it specifically said academic enrichment program, which is why I used that language, that it could be used for that. Like, I feel like I did my homework. You're the lawyer, though.
Yeah, it's something I have to look at in terms of
Okay.
the timing of it and when it's
So let's
allocated.
see if it passes or not.
The statewide allocation, so I don't know.
Well, we'll see if it passes or not. If it does pass, then maybe you could provide a memo or something on it.
Sure.
Okay. Leslie, I'll start with you.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, yeah, because now we're voting. No, time out.
Is this
Time
to
out.
amend the agenda? What
No,
is this?
that's already done.
Okay.
I need a first and a second for the implementation. Yeah. So I need a first and second.
Motion.
All right, Caroline,
Second.
Megan. Now I can do the vote. Leslie,
Yes.
Juan,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Caroline,
Yes.
and myself. 7-0. Any other resolutions?
I only have one more. I would like to amend the agenda for item,
15, what?
thank you, 15, to provide notice to the superintendent that a contract will not be extended past our contract date of June 30th, 2026.
John, because we discussed it in executive session, or can we go forward with this motion?
Would you like to see it? I mean, I think it has to be a public motion.
Well, it'd have to be a public motion, but
We need to be discussion on it too.
I was just asking for the agenda to be amended, and then I was going to read it.
I need a first and a second. I need a first,
Motion.
second.
Second. Did you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Whereas the contract between the Board of Education of the Amityville Union Free School District, the board, and the superintendent of schools superintendent expires June 30th, 2026. And whereas said contract requires that the superintendent be given at least 60, I'm sorry, at least, I have a typo, at least 6 months notice of any determination not to extend its term beyond June 30th, 2026. Now therefore, be it resolved, the board is determined not to extend its contract with the superintendent beyond the current expiration date of June 30th, 2026, and hereby authorizes the board president or her designee to take any further action required under said contract, including providing written notice to effectuate such determination. Written notification shall be provided by the end of business on Friday, June 6th.
We already got that. So
Oh.
we can't have a discussion on it because it's a personnel issue.
Can we just do a roll call?
Caroline,
Yes.
Carol?
No.
No, this is just to add it to the agenda. That's it. Nope, nope. I'm a no. Megan,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Juan,
Yes.
and Carol. Now it's the vote. Now, vote on agenda item 2C15. Now we're voting on it.
Okay, well,
I need a first and second, sorry, first.
Motion.
second.
I'm a no.
Oh, I thought we were doing a roll call.
I'm starting from my side. Megan,
Yes.
Caroline,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Juan,
Yes.
and Leslie. Any other resolutions? Can I have a motion for agenda item 3B1, please?
Motion. Second.
Wendy's first, Megan second. Any discussion on this item?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion to table agenda item 3B2, please?
Motion. Second.
This was discussed in the executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3C1, please?
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
Yes, I have discussion on this. This is to get appraisal for the rent, what the cost would be to, I want to make sure I understand this. This is an appraisal for a company to appraise how much we could get to rent out the portables in the back of Northwest. Is that correct? Okay, so I think there's huge liability issues with this. First of all, it's going to be the landlord's responsibility for, the maintenance of things. And there could be a labor law claim that will come down to us. There's liabilities issues if somebody slips and falls, something in the parking lot. In a lawsuit, everybody gets named for insurance. That's going to happen. And even if you have a contract saying you need this insurance or your vendors need this insurance, there's not going to be a real oversight for us to know who is going in and out of there, even if we require it, who's going to have interactions with the kids. Even if you say there's a barrier, there are people coming in and out of the building. We cannot control who's there. We can't, let me just say, and overall, I mean, this is from a liability insurance issue. Obviously, I'm looking at this, but also we have our students in there. I think it is a tremendous risk to have any outside organization or company come in with their people, their employees, their staff. We don't know who they are. And to have them in any proximity of the students is a terrible idea. And if something were to go awry, it's never a problem until it's a problem. And I would like to mitigate this by voting no.
Any other discussion on this item? I guess I'm confused why this is the avenue that we're taking still, because it doesn't seem like like the best situation, like Wendy just said about liability, the age of the hallway. Months ago, we talked about, we requested financial analysis per building so that we could better understand the cost to operate each building, so that more strategic thought processes could be developed as far as how to move forward and ensure that we're making the right decisions economically for the district. So spending $3,700 to figure out how much it costs, to decide how much it might cost to rent the hallway, to find out that nobody wants to rent the hallway. I mean, maybe it's something that we could bring back again later if we determine like this is the only avenue to proceed. But right now, it doesn't seem like the best avenue.
So can I ask, just because I probably wasn't here for previous discussions, how did the determination, how was it made that we want to do this for Northwest for a hallway? Like, why?
The board didn't decide that.
I'm saying, as opposed to, I'm assuming, and just tell me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming this has something to do with trying to make up some funds and trying to shore up the budget for the years going forward.
Dr. Talbot, anything on this?
So I'm sorry. So my question was, how is it determined Northwest hallway?
So there were avenues to explore revenue for the district, and the kindergarten were being moved to Northeast, which vacates the portable wing in Northwest and puts all of our students into a safe structure, a permanent structure. So the wing at Northwest is deemed a portable. And so all of our students are moved out of the portable setting at this point, well, will be for the 25-26 school year. And so to generate revenue, that wing has been explored to be leased out to another provider who's providing services for early childhood children.
I don't expect you to have the exact numbers, but can you tell me the approximate number of our enrollment for pre-K? Approximate for this year.
Pre-K is 85 students.
Would that hall in Northwest be sufficient for 85 students or no? Is it possible?
With the Northwest students remaining or exiting?
Okay, so my question is, would 85 students fit
Yes.
in the hallway that we are looking to get appraised?
Yes.
Okay. Something to think about.
Go ahead.
Well, instead of rent, why are we renting out one hallway in a building?
It's a whole portable.
It's a portable with
When you
a
walk
separate
in- when
entrance.
you walk in and you go straight. Yeah, and it's white and blue, because it has the colors of the Argentinian flag, and you make a right. Yeah, I know all the teachers that are in that hallway. I get it. If you could fit pre-K in there, why not do that?
It's not configured for pre-K.
Well, this is my learning experience, so why? Why not? Tell me.
Yes, the pre-K classes require bathrooms in the
All
classroom.
right.
And the portable wing is designed for early childhood, but not pre-K.
I'm just not sure why we would open ourselves up to that risk with students in the building.
Yeah, that is still an area of concern for me, so.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this? Okay. All those in favor?
I'm a no.
No.
I'm a yes. And Carol's a no. Megan, no.
No.
Leslie, no.
Yes.
Leslie, yes. Sorry about that. Juan, no. All right. It fails 2-5. All right.
But getting an appraisal comes with a price tag. It's almost $4,000.
Board of Education, can I just ask if we can just go back into executive session and bypass all the new business?
I just want to bring one thing up because I don't know if John would have to write a resolution for the next meeting if we agree on this. So I'll be really brief. It's about the mileage that the proposition just passed. It was passed that we're expanding from 15 to 17 miles. And I've had many conversations with community members. And I think council said that anytime a late bus request comes in, the Board of Education has to review it. I am concerned for people that didn't apply, that were between the 15 and 17 miles, that if we deny them for any reason, maybe it's potential litigation. What I am proposing is that we have a time frame for any late bus requests for students that live between the 15 and 17 mile that apply by, say, July 15th, that they would be automatically approved and us not have to go through all the requests.
So that would require a resolution. It would require a resolution directing if the transportation has the initial look at the request for transportation. If they're late, unless they have, you'd be setting that as reasonable cause to approve it, right? So
Well, no, I am saying to approve it, and I'm saying like a time frame. What I'm saying is, I just wanted to bring this up. I know it's late, but in case we do agree, for you to write a resolution on how to do this.
right, so we need a resolution.
Right, but I'm
Yeah.
saying for the next meeting, June 18th, which
Yeah.
is why I'm bringing it up tonight.
Yeah, so I can bring a resolution.
Okay, so if
So-
anybody wants to comment or
Yeah,
we could decide.
I think for me is that just kind of not knowing what the cost would be for the district in terms of additional transportation for this particular year.
No.
So I'm okay with looking at, obviously for next year, but my concern would be hypothetically, if it was, we don't know the cost.
No, I 100%,
That's my
I
concern.
100% understand. What I'm saying is, if we deny any of these people between 15 and 17 miles because they never applied because it wouldn't have qualified, I am afraid of litigation. I'm trying to mitigate that by saying, here's this time frame. If you apply, we're going to automatically approve, because even though there might be a price tag to it, what would the price tag be if they're denied and they bring litigation?
So I can take a look at your policy, whether,
Okay.
whether it is an order, typically is an appeal to the board,
Right.
right? If it's if there's an initial denial, it's an appeal to the board,
Yep.
and that way you can take them on case by case.
Right.
Right, but I'm trying to like bypass the case by case and just say this time frame, like, we'll just approve them because I think it puts the board in a precarious situation because these people didn't know to apply.
Right, but I guess the question is, are you dealing with a per seat cost, or are you talking about a whole extra bus?
Well, we don't know.
We don't know.
We just don't know.
That's
That's the
the,
problem.
that's, I think,
So what are we gonna do?
what we should investigate and bring that to the board.
Oh, okay, so,
Yeah.
so then what would I be asking? The superintendent to what?
Well, so I have it.
You have it? Okay,
Yeah.
let me know. Okay, send a memo.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah,
the 18th?
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then just to end, we'll send an email tomorrow about the policy committee, for next week. Thank you.
Can I have a motion to go back in executive session at 11:52 PM for, oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Community input on non-agenda items, sorry. Go ahead.
for a group of people that have been saying transparency, 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 to now add 11 agenda items that the printed public agenda had 11 items, and now we've added 11 more, where nobody knew any of this was going on. Maybe there's a few people that are still watching online at almost 12 o'clock at night. But we've now made, we asked to find out the process of hiring someone. And then a few minutes later, we then terminated somebody without knowing the process that they were hired for. We have now abolished a superintendent of HR position. How is that position, all those responsibilities going to be taken care of? We had a discussion about a plaque that nobody knew what the discussion was about. It's kind of uncertain on why the plaque was taken down, but we talked about it. And now we also made staffing decisions for the superintendent for a year from now. Where's the sense behind this?
We all explained our votes.
But where's the transparency?
The transparency is that we spoke about it, that there are issues that we can't get things on the agenda, we don't get emails responded to, and this is forcing the business at hand. As discussed, we can share the resolutions beforehand if there's no comment further to that. Chris, you've been on this board and you've seen it, so, I mean, you can, whatever you want to say, but you've witnessed it, that there is stonewalling, and when there's stonewalling, you have to move the district forward. We are all elected officials. We represent the people. Every single person in this seat was elected. I represent my constituents.
And I always, go ahead, Chris, it's your time at the mic. Go ahead, sorry.
And all your constituents are fine with, go ahead, just throw it up there whenever you want. Nobody needs to know when you're talking about any of this.
My
Just throw
constituents,
it up there.
my constituents want me to represent their best interests and their children's best interests. If I can't get something on the agenda, or if I'm being ignored by email, and this is a route that I can take as an elected official, I'm going to explore all possibilities to move the district forward.
So all of these propositions that were the resolutions that were put up tonight, they were all given in executive session or emails, and
No.
No, and it's been explained several times. I'm sorry if you can't grasp it.
they haven't, but it's been explained. So you're saying that they've
Nope,
been presented
No,
and
we
you've talked about
explained
it.
why
You
it
tried to
happened.
get it on the agenda. You've tried to get these on the agenda?
We have explained why we did it this way. The discussion expanded today, that if we send them earlier, that they will go on the agenda. This has not been the
That
case.
discussion happened during this meeting. You
Correct.
clearly didn't just make up all these agenda items during the meeting.
Well, it does, I really don't have anything to say because it's not a back and forth, right, Lisa?
You're making it back and forth right now. Because he made his comment, and so I wasn't saying anything, so. You responded. Any input on non-agenda items?
Margaret Chef Amityville, the conversation regarding the cell phone and the policy and everything else, it's like everyone is way overthinking this whole entire scenario. It reminds me of the busing and who's on first and who's on second. The fact of the matter is, it's a law. You're asking parents for a survey. The law comes first. You let the parents know that the kids will be safe and the phones will be available if there's an emergency, because I'm sure that's probably 98% of the concern on the parent side. So the phones get secure, the phones will be available if there's an emergency, a school-wide, a building emergency, and that the law is the law. So why are you pussyfooting around? State the claim, say the phones will be secure during the day, and that if the phone needs to be available in a situation of emergency, it's available, period, end of sentence.
Thank you. Any other comment on non-agenda items?
Can I just make a suggestion that can the EPC conversation wait till the 18th? because it's midnight?
No, there's other things on here we have to talk about.
One quick thing that I was going to talk about before I had my explosion. The Suffolk County Police camera access thing that I was talking about before. It was on the October 24th agenda, 2024, item 3C4, remote access agreement during emergency situations for Suffolk County Police Department.
Thank you. I don't know. The child has to look into it. I don't know.
I'm sorry, one more thing. Regarding the AI, the conversation with that also crazy. The fact of the matter is that you can have AI all you want, but if you're going, you need the capabilities to, like the colleges do, to find out plagiarism. So if you have a 10-year-old and they have to do a report on Mount Rushmore and they're going into they go in, ChatGPT or whatever, they spill out a report on Mount Rushmore verbatim, that's not learning. That's copying, pasting, and crazy. So as far as the age gap goes, I think AI should only really be able to use as a tool in high school at this point, because you have to have the capabilities to find out if you can allow it, but you better have the capabilities to prove that it's plagiarism, because AI is great in many aspects, but it's a fine line, a slippery slope, because what happens is these kids are going to be learning by copying and pasting and reading and not really learning. And that's a slippery, bad position to be in.
I'm just gonna say one thing, to your point. What we've noticed at Stony Brook, there are some students who actually write extremely well. And they put it into AI and it comes out that it was plagiarized, but it was not. So I'm just saying, it doesn't happen all the time, but you're right, there has to be
You have to have capabilities to be able to approve it, because you'll have parents in your office day in and day out going, they wrote this, I was there, I was at my kitchen table, which is a big bunch of crap. If you know it and I know it. So if you're gonna allow it, you better have the capabilities to prove it before that all goes into a policy.
Any other input on non-agenda items? All right, we need to go back in because there is a couple things on here that we do have to talk about, all right? Can I have a motion to go back into executive session at midnight?
For what purposes?
There's two things on here that I can't.
No, but I think you need a proper motion, right,
wait,
John?
I'm sorry, particular persons.
For advice of counsel?
From advice of counsel, sorry. All right, I need a first and a second.
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Currently, who is here? President Lisa Johnson, second Vice President Megan Messman, trustee Caroline Fanning, Winnie Canestro, and Juan Leon. And legal, John Sheenan. Can I have a motion to adjourn at 1:09, please?
Motion.
Winnie Canestro, Caroline Fanning, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Good
Thank
night.
you.